Chapter 388. Lu Xiaoyi returned to the group of outer swords. Along the way, every outer sword nodded in greeting. Although no one called him senior brother, their subtle actions showed the subtle changes in their hearts. Swordsmen were like this. Strength was the most important thing. If you were capable, nothing else mattered. He did not hold back in this attack. It was normal that Guangzhou could not block it. It would be abnormal if he could. 10 years, a whole 10 years. The 4 seasons sword spirits could already surpass the 5 gates on Bolang Slope. The strength of the sword spirits brought about the strength of the flying sword. The 4 seasons flying swords formation had already been recorded to the 14th level. It had already far exceeded the upper limit of the foundation establishment stage sword technique. The imbalance of 37 had now developed to 28. The direct result was the abnormal penetrative power of the first sword. The only thing he did not use was the star's sword force that he was best at. He chose the sheep horn technique that he had just comprehended. He hoped that in the following battles, he could rely on consecutive victories to achieve the goal of comprehending the force of might. It would be best to accumulate this force for the final battle and display its power in the battle against the light. All of these needed to be won in one strike. He could not hide it any longer. Amidst the excitement of the outer swords below, the first round ended quickly. From the overall results, only 4 of the 21 outer swords were left. But this time, the outer swords had something to look forward to, not as a whole, but as individuals. Half of the 64 outer swords were eliminated, leaving 32 outer swords. Lu Xiaoyi drew Guang Kuan, an inner swordsman ranked within the top 300. The outer swordsman's draw was very fair. It was so fair that Lu Xiaoyi did not have the slightest bit of surprise. When it was Lu Xiaoyi's turn, everyone knew that this was a real battle to test his abilities. This was because the swordsman opposite him would no longer treat him as an outer swordsman, but as an outer swordsman ranked 11th on the ranking. Different judgments of strength would lead to different tactical responses. This time, there was no luck to speak of. Lu Xiaoyi still attacked from 4,000 feet away. But this time, his opponent did not attack him. Instead, he chose to defend first. The inner swordsman also wanted to know how heavy his sword was. Was it able to break through Zhu Guangzhou's defense just now, or did he still have strength to spare? Guang Kuan had tested it, and it was heavy without a ceiling. Even if he used all of his strength to defend against the flying sword, he would not be able to effectively intercept it. It was still a single sword. Daoist Master Inner Sword announced the result. This result proved that the internal sword's plan of using this method to end the battle had failed. If this continued, other than light, none of the other internal swords dared to say that they had the confidence to receive this sword. Changing the method and truly moving the sword showed that the inner sword had lost a lot of confidence in front of him. Psychologically, he had already established his own advantage. Down below, there was a large group of cultivators who belonged to the cultivators of the outer realm. Ling Ruofeng was among them, sighing. They're all from the same place. They were all practicing swordsmanship at the same time. Why do I feel like I'm practicing needles while little Yi is practicing hammers? Why is the difference so huge? It doesn't make sense. The person beside him laughed. The key is the name. Look at eldest senior brother's Buddhist name, cigarette butt. The head of the smoke generation. This name is not normal. Ruofeng, you were too careless when you chose your name. How could you miss out on such a good name? If it really doesn't work, Smoke's fart will do too. The external swords saw hope. Up until now, the situation had gradually become clear. It was hard to say about the other external sword senior brothers, but eldest senior brother Cigarette but would definitely enter the front ranks. The biggest question was, how far would he go? The external swords Jin Dan looked at the problem differently. Ji Yushan, who had always been tireless in teaching, frowned. Little Yi's flying sword has almost reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. In this aspect, even light is inferior, but a battle is not just about the distance and weight of the sword. Once the two sides choose to move their swords back and forth, such a heavy sword may not be able to find an opportunity. Everyone nodded. Compared to external swords, the internal sword would always be inferior in terms of weight. This was the difference between a physical sword and sword energy. The physical would always be greater than the virtual. But the internal sword had another advantage, and that was the frequency of the sword. When both sides were within the shooting range, the internal sword's frequency could reach the level of 10 swords in a breath. For example, Zhu Guangquan. As for light, it was still a mystery. They could unleash their swords endlessly. As long as they had a trace of mana, they would never stop. But external swords could not do that. How many flying swords could an external sword's sword box keep? 4 foundation establishment, 7 or 8 flying swords were the limit. Even Jindan cultivators like them could only refine a dozen flying swords. They would be at a great disadvantage in a battle. Sword spirits were rare. It was already a great fortune for a flying sword to produce a sword spirit. How could one expect the same luck to befall them twice? Unless there was a special method, or a special constitution and spirit. Therefore, when the internal sword truly activated the kiting sword, a flying sword with a sword spirit would appear very weak. It would not be able to produce that kind of storm-like feeling. And once the internal sword grasped the initiative, the power of a heavy sword would not be able to be unleashed. Of course, this would depend on the choice of battle tactics. If Lu Xiaoyi could unleash his strength and seize the opportunity to attack from a distance, then he would win. Once he was entangled, even if it was a flying sword with a sword spirit, it would be very difficult to completely block the inner sword's storm-like attack. Lu Xiaoyi had only been in the sect for 40 years. How many flying swords could he refine? Under normal circumstances, he could refine 2 or 3 flying swords. Reproducing a sword spirit would probably take even longer. This was the reason why the Jindan cultivators were worried. At this point, the battle had truly entered the exciting stage. They were starting to use all kinds of method. There were 16 people left. 14 internal swords and 2 external swords. Lu Xiaoyi and his second senior brother. Everyone knew that his second senior brother would not be able to survive the next round. Everyone's eyes were on him. If he lost again, it was estimated that more than half of the spectators would leave. Everyone was an external sword cultivator. Was it interesting to watch the internal sword cultivators fight? There was still not much time to rest. The enlightened masters were too lazy to waste their lives on such an occasion. The first match was his second senior brother. This was a hurdle that he could not avoid. He wanted to step over it, but he lacked the strength to support it. His current opponent was the internal sword cultivator ranked in the top 100 of the 5 rings ranking list. Whether in name or in reality, he was better than him. Lu Xiaoyi had always suspected that the external sword cultivator had thrown the match in the drawing of lots so that his disciples would not meet a stronger opponent. But now, it was difficult to use this method. It was too conspicuous. The two of them did not use the method of collision to determine the winner. It was not that the internal sword cultivator was weak, but that his second senior brother was weak. He knew that he had no chance in a collision, so he changed his moves in an attempt to find a loophole in his opponent's moves. The result was very normal. He did not find a loophole in the internal sword cultivator's moves. Instead, the internal sword cultivator found a loophole in his moves. There was no suspense. Chapter 389. Lu Xiaoyi was now the only child, a lonely branch. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, he finally realized the responsibility on his shoulders. There were some things that didn't need to be said. When things developed to a certain point, you would naturally take the initiative to shoulder the burden. This was the intention of the Soaring Heaven Pavilion's golden cause, to make it so that you had nowhere to run, fall into the trap. This was the value of the eldest senior brother. Yang Dao was one of the earliest members of the Yang generation. He had entered the sect nearly 50 years earlier than Lu Xiaoyi. He was considered young among the cultivators on the inner sword ranking, but his strength was not simple. He was ranked 29th in the 5-ring foundation building ranking, belonging to the second tier. Just from the ranking alone, he was in existence on the same level as Lu Xiaoyi. This was also the level that cultivators were most unconvinced of. Everyone had a competitive heart, let alone cultivators. It was just that the higher the realm, the deeper the concealment. He felt that he had an obligation to uphold the tradition of the inner sword. He couldn't push everything to his senior brother Guangming. He hoped that he could be the Terminator. He didn't think that this was a difficult task. This so-called eldest senior brother of the external sword was indeed powerful, but he had good eyesight and could vaguely see the truth of the matter. For example, the power of the second sword after the first was not as strong. His eyesight was indeed very sharp. Although the unbalanced fulcrum was Lu Xiaoyi's original creation, in this cultivation world, nothing could be hidden from others. As long as you used it, people would be able to guess the truth from the subtle differences in your method of retrieving the flying sword. In other words, as long as he withstood the first sword, the rest of the rhythm would be controlled by him. For someone like him who had been fighting for a long time, dodging the opponent's big move was a necessary skill. He had many methods. This was the bloody experience of fighting against a magic cultivator. It wasn't something that could be taught. This was the reason why he was ranked 29th. He had battle experience against the top 10 cultivators. In terms of rich experience, those inner sword cultivators who were ranked higher than him might not be able to compare to him. Entering the space, first sliding 10 li, then leaning to the side, entering the sword stance. What he practiced was the Yu's ancient escape technique. Combined with the fire and water escape technique of the 5 elements, he was known for his elusive escape technique. No matter how heavy his opponent's sword was, it couldn't lock him down. His opponent was still unhurried. The starlight in his hand did not have a trace of smoke or fire. Removing the sword case on his back, no one would doubt that he was a spell cultivator. The star department was a very secluded path. There were also senior and junior brothers in the inner sword department, but none of them were as carefree as the outer sword eldest senior brother in front of him. Just from this point alone, it was not without reason that this person was valued by the rankings. 4,000 feet away, the outer sword shot out as expected. It was as wild as ever, and it directly attacked. The Flu Dao's reaction was completely different from the previous cultivators. He didn't stop, nor did he hesitate. Instead, he met the sword head-on, but he didn't release a single sword. To meet the sword, one needed courage and a precise grasp of distance. If one flew too fast, the sword would collide. If one flew too slow, the effect would be less than ideal. Flu Dao was very familiar with this technique. It was his specialty in the arena. First, he wandered, making the opponent think that he was waiting for an opportunity to fight. Then, he rushed, going back to his old path and catching the opponent off guard. Colliding had always been the strong point of the inner sword. He didn't believe that a young outer sword eldest senior brother could beat him in this aspect. His opponent was obviously suspicious, and he was even more careful while taking his time. Others might not be able to detect this, but as his opponent, he could keenly sense even the slightest bit of hesitation from his opponent. Now, his opponent's speed had slowed down in an extremely inconspicuous manner, and this was the effect he wanted to achieve. The flying sword was like lightning, and his figure was like flying. At a delicate point, the Flu Dao launched the shadow-attaching sword. This was a high-end application of the inner sword's most practical teleportation technique. As soon as he disappeared, the 4 seasons had passed through his shadow. The timing was just right. Below, there were exclamations, which then turned into sighs. To master this technique, one had to endure countless stabs. A simple shadow-attaching sword was enough to get rid of the outer sword's incomparably powerful first heavy sword. At this moment, the 4 seasons were already behind him. If he wanted to turn around, it would be a second attack with insufficient power. This was Lu Xiaoyi's self-created unbalanced 28 fulcrum. Point 2. Although the Flu Dao was very clear that after the next weak attack, there would definitely be another heavy attack, it didn't matter. He was fighting for this moment. When his flying sword exploded, he believed that this outer sword wouldn't be able to do anything. After charging forward for a few hundred feet, he revealed his figure. This was because he didn't want to engage in close combat. Close combat was the last resort, and it might not be effective. It was very threatening to Dharma cultivators who were bad at close combat, but to Shenyuan people who were also swordsmen, It was very rare to hear of anyone who was afraid of close combat. His goal was to enter within a distance of 200 feet. At that time, it would be the stage for his flying sword. He really wanted to see how many flying swords with sword spirits this outer sword eldest senior brother could pull out from his sword case. Just as he revealed his figure, his battle instincts had already caused him to explode with a powerful attack. Dozens of flying swords shot out rapidly. After the flying swords shot out, he recovered from his momentary daze and used his divine sense to search for the opponent's position. This was also the ability of a true expert's inner sword. Others needed to lock onto the target with their divine sense before releasing the sword, but he could do so after releasing the sword and then lock onto the target. This was the kind of situation where he could release the sword at the first moment. The essence of a battle was to seize the moment. He did it. However, he didn't do it either. The shadow sword possession was perfect, the distance control was perfect, and the first flying sword was also perfect. But in the end, he was stuck because in the direction his divine sense scanned, there was no trace of the opponent. No matter how perfect the explosion of the flying sword was, it still needed to find the target. If there was no one in front, then there must be someone behind. He didn't panic in the face of danger and continued to fly forward. If the opponent was behind him, the attack would have already begun. He used his divine sense to scan behind him. As expected, the outer sword had unknowingly turned behind him. There was no doubt that when he activated the shadow sword possession, the outer sword must have activated his secret teleportation technique at the same time. He could teleport in front of the flying sword, but the opponent could teleport at the same time as he teleported. The opponent's ability to grasp the timing was above his. What kind of monster was this? However, he didn't have time to think about this, because the outer sword's first flying sword had turned back and was already within 1,000 feet of him. This flying sword indeed had a sword spirit. It was abnormally agile. Although the distance was very close, he knew that the second attack of this flying sword would be very weak. This was his judgment from the previous 2 battles. Although he didn't understand the principle, he believed in his intuition. There was no room for him to dodge. When the flying sword was within 1,000 feet of the cultivator and controlled by the sword spirit, he couldn't escape. Of course, there was no need for him to dodge. Against a weak sword, he could just scatter it with his sword. Even in such a dangerous situation, he didn't forget to attack his opponent. Several flying swords attacked his opponent. This was a swordsman's principle: never passively defend. His explosive power was still there. In an instant, several flying swords had already collided. His control was different from Guang Kuan's. He didn't make any mistakes. The flying swords he sent out all hit the materialized sword without exception. Then, Yang Dao's heart sank. This sword wasn't a weak sword at all. It was as strong as before and heavy as ever. Did I guess wrong? Yang Dao smiled bitterly. That flying sword had pushed through all the obstructions and stopped directly on his forehead. This wasn't the opponent showing mercy. This was a real person making a move. He had lost, and he had lost decisively. In theory, it was still a single sword. This person was a monster. Chapter 390. Author's note: Old man Wen Wu is pressing me, and sloth is also on his last breath. With all these reasons, it's normal to have 1 more update today and 3 more tomorrow. I really can't take it anymore. Lu Xiaoyi exited the space and pursed his lips. Playing mind games with him? His original 8-8 imbalance pivot could be 8 first and then 2, or 2 first and then 8. Why must the first strike be a heavy sword? It could be a feint first and then a real one. After this battle, the situation was clear. The tens of thousands of cultivators present understood that the final battle would be between the 5th ranked light and the 11th ranked cigarette butt. His opponent, the 29th ranked cigarette butt, was also dealt with in 1 strike. Ordinary inner swords could no longer stop this emerging outer sword hero. Not only was his sword heavy, but what was even more frightening was his grasp of the battle situation, his control of timing. His performance was top-notch, but he still had not discovered a weakness. Moreover, even if he did reveal a weakness, would anyone believe him? Was it a trap? Was it a trap? The outer swords on the snowy plains were excited. The outer swords were about to make a comeback. They were lucky enough to witness this miracle. The Jindan of the outer swords could not hold back their joy. A real hero had jumped out from the cracks of a rock. He was destined to leave a deep mark in the history of Shenyuan. Light took a deep breath and smiled. I'm luckier than senior brother Light Glory. I'm lucky enough to witness the rise of the outer swords, but he doesn't have the chance. This battle between the inner and outer swords is starting to get interesting. There were only 8 left. One outer sword was unusually eye-catching and became the target of public criticism. This was an unavoidable outcome, and he was already prepared for it. His power had already gathered to a certain extent. He did not know when he would be able to break through if this continued, so he could only take it one step at a time. When Smokey arrived, there was only one battle left. She had just returned from the western regions and rushed here as soon as she heard the news. Fortunately, she did not miss it. She did not care about the curious gazes of the other cultivators and went directly to Lu Xiaoyi's side. Little Yi. This light came from Qing Kong. I know a little about his situation. Lu Xiaoyi stopped her. Senior sister, don't say anything, just let me handle it myself. Smokey looked at him and sighed in her heart. She was too concerned and had oversimplified the situation. For a capable swordsman, the strength of their opponent was not that important. The key to a battle was how to unleash one's abilities, not how to constantly think about the opponent. If his opponent had a powerful divine ability and he was constantly on guard, would he still be able to strike his own rhythm? Understanding one's opponent was a double-edged sword. Some people liked it, and some didn't. Relatively speaking, the stronger one was, the higher one's realm was, and the more confident one was, the more disdainful one would be of the so-called opponent's secrets. There were tens of thousands of cultivators in this world. Who knew who your next opponent would be? Could he understand it? He didn't lose his confidence. The way Smokey saw it, this junior brother of his was becoming more and more confident. He was no longer that timid junior brother who led the way in front of the Wolf Ridge and thought of how to scheme against others when he fought. Right now, he was already Xuanyuan's eldest senior martial brother with over 20,000 foundation establishment swords, not just in name, but in reality. It was even possible for him to become Xuanyuan's eldest senior martial brother with both internal and external sword veins. Seeing the young cultivator she was familiar with grow into a towering tree, she couldn't help but feel somewhat jealous. She could no longer provide him with protection. That little swordsman who had foolishly agreed to everything in the Sword Chi Rushing Heaven Pavilion was now even disdaining to hear the secret of being the #1 foundation establishment cultivator in the internal sword. The affairs of the world were hard to predict. The Blue Sea turned into mulberry fields, but in reality, only a few short decades had passed. Someone came to her side and snorted, "This brat is going to overturn the heavens. I risked my life to save him in Haluor City. Now he's turning his back on me and wants to trample the entire internal sword under his feet. He doesn't care about our old friendship at all." Hearing this sour tone, it could only be Smoky Wave. "But he's my junior martial brother, and always will be. Don't even think about making me call him senior martial brother," Smoky Wave insisted. Smoky Wave sneered, "If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Not only will you have to call him senior martial brother in the future, you might even have to call him martial uncle in the future." After a pause, she still couldn't hold back her surging gossipy heart. "I just don't know if you want to call him husband." Seeing Smoky Wave's sharp brows looking at him, he didn't know why, but even though his strength was clearly far above hers, he still felt a bit scared. This was the feeling between true friends, right? However, his mouth was still stubborn. "Junior martial sister, I'm doing this for your own good. Did you know that I obtained information from the most secretive channels?" This brat used his official position for personal gain during a mission in Erhai. He secretly had an affair with a female cultivator from the Kuan Dao separation realm on Fangting Island. She's called Han Yang. If you don't have this intention, then just treat it as if I'm farting. If you do have this intention, then you have to hurry up. The one who strikes first gains the advantage, and the one who strikes later suffers. Your location is closer, and the conditions are much more convenient. If you really can't do it, then I'll help you. If you get him drunk one day, junior marshal sister, you can force yourself on him. The snowy plains below the hidden sword peak were packed with people. Some of them had jobs, some were in seclusion, and some were uninterested. They all rushed here one after another. In their hearts, they were very clear that such a grand occasion only happened once in 10,000 years. Perhaps it wouldn't happen again in 10,000 years. If they missed it, they would never see it again. This was no joke. Even Light felt a trace of indescribable pressure. This was a pressure that he didn't feel when he was on the 5-ring ranking list. The glory of the inner sword would be shouldered by him alone. In the past, there was senior marshal brother Light Brilliance, so he didn't need to think too much about it. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Would it be that he wouldn't need to think too much about it in the future? Would Xuanyuan's foundation establishment directly change from the era of Light Brilliance to the era of cigarette butts? He couldn't think like that, or he would lose his sword heart. Ling Ruofeng's group gathered together, nervously looking at the battle space above them. They hoped that one day, they would also stand here and receive the cheers of the crowd. Even if they weren't as glorious as Little Yi, it would still be good to show their faces. Who didn't have a desire to improve themselves? The affairs of the world were impermanent. Thinking back to the time when they were plundered, Little Yi was the most unwilling one. The reason why he had followed them was purely an accident. But now that he thought about it, this was the magic of fate, right? What he didn't want the most, he would get it, and what he wanted, he would get nothing. His opponent, Chao Wendao, had been killed by Little Yi's scheme, becoming a springboard for fate. How pitiful. At that time, Little Yi had displayed an extraordinary talent for killing people. Unfortunately, none of them had noticed. That's not right. Someone had notice. Qin Erong had notice. But what was the use? Her attention couldn't even keep up with the rise of this new star. After entering and exiting the dome a few times, in a short 40 years, he was going to become Xuanyuan's senior marshal brother. She had revised her plan countless times, but she had to change it again and again because her imagination wasn't enough. She wasn't bold enough. Could she be blamed for this? Who would have thought that a little cultivator from a remote astral world would be able to shine in such a big scene like the 5 rings? Where was his limit? Qin Erong already didn't dare to think about it. Chapter 391. As usual, Lu Xiaoyi advanced at a moderate speed. He was not afraid of the slightest thing, nor was he in a hurry to succeed. He could vaguely feel a kind of power, a power that looked down on his opponent. And because of the existence of this power, he did not hesitate to reject his senior sister's help. If it was before, he would definitely listen. Knowing oneself and knowing one's opponent was the guarantee of victory. But he also knew that if he listened, the power that he had painstakingly cultivated would be gone. Either he chose the power, or he chose to know his opponent's secret. He chose the former, because after comprehending the power of power, this thing would follow him for life. And if he only understood Light's background, it would only solve the problem of this battle. In the last few battles, almost everyone had their own power, and they all had their own trump cards. He won very quickly, but the dangers and difficulties were clear in his heart. His trump cards were revealed one by one. In the 4th battle, the Baishan sword spirit attached to the 4 seasons, and the dual sword spirits attached to the Baishan's mental attack. In the 5th battle, the appearance of the hidden fragrance flying sword shocked the Jindan swordsman. The birth of one sword spirit could be explained by luck, but if there were 2 sword spirits, even an idiot would know that there was some kind of trick involved. Since the start of the battle, external sword spiritual master had been indifferent. But when Lu Xiaoyi revealed the 2nd flying sword with a sword spirit, his expression changed slightly. If this was an experience that could be spread, then Xuanyuan's external sword sect would change the decline of tens of thousands of years. It might not be able to suppress the internal sword sect, but at least they would be on equal footing. This point could be seen from Cigarette Butt's performance this time. Lu Xiaoyi's stunning performance this time was because his 2 flying swords with sword spirits had alarmed the higher-ups. This was also the main reason why everyone felt that he was strong. Because of this, they had neglected some of the most important qualities of a swordsman, such as decisiveness, insight, and the instinctive sense and grasp of battle opportunities. These things might not be deeply perceived by outsiders, but to the internal swordsman who had participated in the battle, it was unforgettable. This external sword senior brother indeed had a lot of trump cards, but what was even more frightening was his grasp of timing when to use them. This person had the ability to directly turn his trump cards into victory. This ability sounded simple, but was very difficult to execute. To most people, this was an ability that could not be learned, because it was not a simple matter of using a trump card, but when to use it. What was the atmosphere of battle? It was not only a problem of the trump card, but also a problem of the battle mentality of the battle. The most important thing now was, had this eldest senior brother used up all his trump cards? No one would think so. In that case, based on the way he used his trump card, wouldn't the next time he used his trump card signify the end of the battle? This was the application of the force in battle. Through the course of a series of battles, he would imperceptibly influence the opponent's psychology, causing the opponent to be cautious in their suspicions, paranoid in their cautiousness, and timid in their suspicions. Lu Xiaoyi had already understood the true meaning of the force of force. To achieve this, he still needed to fight continuously, and he still needed to pretend to be disdainful of his opponent. One day, he would be able to achieve this by relying on his reputation, environment, speech, and even a certain flashy appearance. That would be the true mastery of the force of force. When Guangming appeared in the arena, the first thing he did was to use a very special force, silent force. Silent force took the meaning of silent heaven and earth, accumulating pressure, and attacking only after the opponent attacked. The stronger the opponent's attack, the stronger the force of force he could condense. This was in consideration of Lu Xiaoyi's invincible and fiery attacks from the very beginning. So far, no one had been able to withstand his first three axes, so they chose to be on the defensive. Being able to make the inner sword take a defensive stance was a victory in terms of mentality. However, Lu Xiaoyi did not know that light silent defense was not as simple as not using the sword. Instead, it would still attack and accumulate silent energy during the attack. This was a very brilliant way of attack and defense. Compared to the silent force of light, the force of might that he had comprehended for the first time was not enough. Instead, it would accelerate the accumulation of his opponent's silent force. There was no difference between silent force and force of might, but there was a difference in the comprehension of cultivators. From this point of view, Lu Xiaoyi's force of might that he had accumulated in the past 5 rounds had been seen through. His opponent's tit-for-tat response had put him in an awkward position instead. Withdrawing the power of intimidation could not really affect the opponent's silence, but it could delay the accumulation of the opponent's silence. If he did not withdraw it, he would be suspected of being too close to the opponent and would instead accelerate the accumulation of the opponent's silence. As soon as both sides entered the fighting space, before they even saw each other, Lu Xiaoyi had already suffered a loss in terms of force of might. It was not that he had made a wrong choice, but his weakness in understanding the force of might was accurately grasped by his opponent. If he had mastered the force of might to the point of perfection, he would not have been suppressed. It was just a matter of whether he could win with his force of might first, or whether the opponent's silence would succeed in counterattacking. Because he was not familiar with the application of force, light had taken the initiative before they came into contact. In the battle with light, Lu Xiaoyi could no longer hide his sword skills, nor could he plan to end the battle quickly. The so-called battle was to display one's strengths to the extreme. His first strength was the length of his sword. Unlike before, when he was 4,000 feet away from his opponent, he began to attack from 5,000 feet away. The 4 seasons came like a shadow. For the swordsmen who were watching the battle below, such a distance was useless. But in their eyes, their eldest senior brother's control of the flying sword from 5,000 feet away was still very skillful. Just this alone was enough to beat most of the cultivators in the same realm. Since he had given up on the long distance, of course, he could not close the distance. Lu Xiaoyi began to control the distance between them to maintain between 4,500 feet to 5,500 feet so that he could only hit the opponent without being hit. This was the classic tactic of the long-distance swordsman. It was widely used. You could not say that this tactic was mediocre just because it was common. This was the most correct choice. Guangming was also very depressed. He was not afraid of the opponent's strange tactics, because his tactics were also very varied. He had been through hundreds of battles, but he did not have any special way to counter this kind of simple, most common, and most unskilled long-range attack. But before he came up with a solution, he had to personally feel the power of the opponent's heavy sword. This was the cornerstone of the tactic. Otherwise, he could not be sure how much effort he had to put in to defend. He was very clear that the frequency of the sword explosion of his fellow disciples was below 15 sword strikes in a breath, but he could easily reach 20 sword strikes in a breath. Not only that, he also had the force of bloody battle to rely on. The closer the opponent's attack was, the heavier his sword chi would be. He did not believe that he could not block the opponent's single flying sword with his blocking power. If that was the case, there was no need to fight. Chapter 392. Guangming's flying swords had a range of 4,000 feet. This was already a terrifying distance, but he only started to attack when he was 3,000 feet away. He needed to leave a distance of 1,000 feet to confuse his opponent's judgment. The gushing swords formed a line and accurately struck the advancing four seasons without missing a single one. This was the embodiment of perfect control of the soul. As the distance got closer, the chain of flying swords became denser and denser. The power of the swords became stronger and stronger. Finally, the invincible four seasons stopped advancing. This was the first time they showed signs of exhaustion. Among the spectators, the outer swords watched nervously. They clearly knew what this meant. Many of the inner swords heaved a sigh of relief. They had blocked the attack. The following battle would enter Guangming's rhythm. This was because the sharpest part of the outer swords was this invincible heavy sword. Once it was blocked, the inner swords would have an absolute advantage in terms of sword frequency. Even if there was a flying sword with spirit, it was a sword used for sneak attacks and not a sword used for battle. The difference between the two was huge. In Guangming's own probing, he had blocked his opponent's heavy sword a total of 14 times. These were not the ordinary 14 times, but the bloody battle flying sword that was stronger as it went on. In all the battles he had fought in his life, this was the first time he had encountered an attack that required him to block 14 times. It was not an injustice for his juniors to lose. If he had not comprehended the bloody battle momentum, it would have been difficult for him to block Guangming's attack even if he used all his flying sword. However, this was not the way to compare strength. Guangming's sword momentum also had the goat horn momentum. At their level, sword momentum was normal. If you did not comprehend the momentum, you would not be able to enter this circle. He had to try again to determine the pattern of the strength of his opponent's flying swords. This way, he would be more confident in formulating a counterattack strategy. It was said that the Shenyuan swordsman would attack hot-bloodedly. This was wrong. The ferocious attack was only a facade. There was an intricate calculation behind it. In this aspect, he was no different from a spell cultivator. It was just that swordsman's probing was more direct and suffocating. Lu Xiaoyi did not make any changes. Since the opponent did not approach him, he would continue to attack from afar. Light was testing his attack power, and he was also testing Light's defense power. This was a mutual process, and there was no need to talk about who had the upper hand. He could acutely feel the uniqueness of the radiant flying sword. The frequency of the sword far exceeded that of the other inner swords. There were more than 20 swords in every breath. The closer it was to the opponent, the stronger the momentum. He was also considering whether he could break through his opponent's defense if he changed his flying sword to his most powerful attack, Ju City, and if he used the stellar sword force. The answer was yes. However, the prerequisite was that the opponent had no other trump card. All of this had happened in less than 10 breaths of time, from entering the battle space to approaching and probing. After that, the battle sped up. Since they were all swordsmen, they had no interest in wasting time like spellcasters. Once the probing was over, the outcome would be revealed immediately. Light used Shadow Sword 3 times in a row, and he was already within 3,000 feet of Lu Xiaoyi. Following that, his flying swords flew out like a storm, almost reaching the peak of a cultivator's sword light division. The timing he chose was very tricky. It was right after Lu Xiaoyi's 4 seasons was 8 times stronger. He had already understood the strength and weakness of this external sword senior brother's flying swords. After 8 times stronger, it would be 2 times weaker. This would buy him a precious moment of time. As long as his flying swords could entangle his opponent, he was confident that he could make his opponent lose the initiative to attack forever. Shadow sword was a must-have technique for almost every inner swordsman. It was simple and practical, and could be used to break through, close in, or escape. It was fast and impossible to guard against. Different cultivators had different innate abilities, and their achievements in Shadow Sword were different. For example, Light could use Shadow Sword 3 times in a row in an instant. But for Smoke Duct, it could not be used continuously. There must be a pause in the middle, and the duration was different. This was the reason why Smoke Duct had to face the 4 seasons after he used Shadow Sword once. Of course, Smoke Duct guessed wrong at that time. He thought that the attack was 2 times weaker, but he did not expect it to be 8 times stronger. But this time, Light was very sure that even if the 4 seasons followed him, according to the rule, it must be 2 times weaker. The instant movement of external swords could not be used continuously. For example, Lu Xiaoyi's sky measuring sword ruler was the prerequisite for the flying sword to fly out and then measure. In other words, the direction had been fixed, and the flying sword had lost its suddenness and concealment. The key was that he needed the flying sword to jump out again before he could launch the sky measuring sword ruler for the second time. It was because of the congenital difference in Kung Fu that he could not use the same instant movement to resist Light's 3 consecutive movement. A simple approach was calculated to the extreme by Light. The two of them were originally 5,000 feet apart. Now that he had moved forward to 3,000 feet, he had calculated that even if Lu Xiaoyi moved at the maximum distance, he would not be able to get 2,000 to 3,000 feet away from his back. It was still within the range of his flying sword's control, unless Lu Xiaoyi chose to get close, but he did not know where Light's final destination was, so it was difficult for him to get close to him. Lu Xiaoyi's speed could not offset such a close distance by relying on the guidance of the starlight alone. This was the qualitative difference between the escape method and teleportation. There was no better way, so he could only block it head-on. Like the Light, he had to rely on his own flying sword to block the opponent's flying sword. Hidden Fragrance, Big Dipper, and Huayu. Except for the still hidden Ju City, all of Lu Xiaoyi's flying swords came out together. With Hidden Fragrance as the main and Big Dipper as the supplement, they intercepted the incoming flying swords. Those flying swords looked like flying swords, but in fact, they were more like sword chi. As soon as he used this defensive method, Light immediately understood the number of flying swords. There were 2 main swords with sword spirits, and 2 supplementary swords that did not even have a complete sword formation. This was in line with the progress of his 40 years of swordsmanship. 4 flying swords, 2 living swords, 2 nurturing swords. But he still could not ignore the possibility of a 3rd flying sword with sword spirit. Lu Xiaoyi had a hard time blocking. Hidden Fragrance was a flying sword that was flexible, but its power was much weaker than the 4 seasons, not to mention the Ju City that focused on strength. The other Big Dipper and Huayu could only be said to have little effect. They were unformed flying swords with only 5 layers. Often, after blocking 1 or 2 attacks, they would be on the verge of collapse and need to be recharged. He had no choice but to rely on his escape method to dodge, so he was obviously in a difficult situation. This sudden change made the spectating swordsman's heart skip a beat. This was the closest Xuanyuan's outer swords had come to a turnaround in tens of thousands of years. It was hard to imagine that there would not be a second time. There were many inner swords experts, and now was the best time. The most powerful brilliant light had been upgraded to Jin Dan. For the time being, there was only light supporting the outer swords. In another 50 years, the outer swords would definitely not have another cigarette butt, but it would be normal for the inner swords to have a few brilliant light. Although they also knew that eldest senior brother had already reached this step, but people were always greedy. Since he had already reached this step, why not take another step forward? But the battle situation did not change according to their will. The inner swords of light had already begun to gain the upper hand. For the inner swords, once they grasped the initiative, it would be extremely difficult to turn the tables. Eldest senior brother, after all, was still the eldest senior brother of the first three axes. Chapter 393. Light did indeed have the upper hand, but he felt that this kind of advantage made him feel uncomfortable. It was not as satisfying as it was in previous battles. The problem was with the Four Seasons sword. Because it was constantly changing between light and heavy attacks, Light's defense was also changing between light and heavy. When the Four Seasons sword attacked lightly, he could focus on attacking Lu Xiaoyi. When the Four Seasons sword attacked heavily, he had no choice but to spend a lot of energy on defense, so the strength of his attacks on his opponent would be reduced. In this kind of situation, he could only watch helplessly as he lost many opportunities. He could not increase his strength to take down his opponent in one fell swoop. He was very clear about the power of the flying sword entangling him. It required a lot of effort, so he had to deal with it carefully. What disgusted him the most was that the flying sword not only changed in strength, but also in spirit. At his position, there was no one in the same realm who could match his spirit power, at least in the inner sword. However, the flying sword's spirit attack had never stopped. It was not enough to put him in a difficult situation, but it could more or less affect his performance. He was very suspicious. This was a sword spirit that knew how to attack with spirit power, but how could such a sword spirit be so powerful in both speed and strength? He could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. Of course, he did not expect that there were two sword spirits in the Four Seasons sword. One was the sword spirit, and the other was the parasite spirit. In the battle, they each did their own work. The Four Seasons were responsible for pure attacks, and the parasite spirit was responsible for spirit harassment. After 10 years of cooperation, the two sword spirits could be considered to have each performed their own duties, complementing each other. With the Four Seasons sword, it was very difficult for him to use his full attack power, even if the outer sword was always on the verge of collapse. The battlefield was divided into two centers. With light as the center, a string of flying swords surrounded Four Seasons and attacked. On Lu Xiaoyi's center, Hidden Fragrance led 7-star and Hua Yu to meet force with the flying swords. The two centers were closely linked, and any change in one would trigger a chain reaction in the other. Sword light crisscrossed, and light and shadow crisscrossed. Without the support of powerful spiritual power, it was impossible to maintain this situation. In this regard, at least Lu Xiaoyi was not inferior to Light, who had dominated for decades. To be strong, there must be a reason behind it. In the eyes of the other cultivators, this external sword eldest senior brother was basically sitting firmly in his position as the two bearers. The others did not have the ability to compete with Light on both offense and defense. Techniques had already lost their meaning in this world. The so-called drawing of a sword flower, grasping the sword's momentum, using feints, and so on, the mortal world's martial arts techniques did not exist in the world of cultivation. Every strike was aimed at a vital point, and every sword strike was done with all its might. The rhythm was getting faster and faster, and this was Light gradually exerting its power. He didn't want to get close. Although close combat was his strength, who knew if it was his opponent's strength as well? In the end, the dignified inner sword was forced to use the sword in hand to determine victory. This was a blasphemy to the sword pill. The battle between the inner and outer swords should be a sword pellet against a flying sword and nothing else. What he wanted to do was to explode with the maximum sword light in a fair and square manner, and defeat his opponent in a direct confrontation. Light knew that in terms of exploding sword frequencies, he was inferior to his senior brother Light Illumination. Although his highest sword frequency was about the same as Light Illumination's explosiveness was abrupt and had a large range. He could suddenly increase from 10 sword strikes in a breath to the limit of 30 sword strikes in a breath. Then, he would slow down, explode, and change the rhythm back and forth a few times. No matter how strong the opponent was, they would bow down to this sudden change in rhythm, but he couldn't do it. This kind of abnormal explosiveness would cause his sea of consciousness to explode. He could only slowly increase the number of sword strikes step by step. In the end, he could explode to the limit of 27 sword strikes in a breath, and 8 sword strikes in a breath. But when it really reached this state, which ordinary person could withstand it? The sword whistled fiercely in the sky, and the sound of the air splitting was ear-piercing. Because the frequency of the sword strikes was too high, the flying swords almost formed a line, and became a sword whip. This kind of strange scene was what almost every inner sword cultivator dreamed of. And only at this kind of time, with such an opponent, could they feast their eyes. Was this the final struggle? Seeing eldest Shixiang struggling under the sword whip, the outer swords watching the battle felt their hearts turn cold. Many of them had fought with the inner swords before. No matter if it was on the sword branch platform or in private, in most cases, they had lost to such a rain of sword. This wasn't their fault. This was the fault of the flying swords. The corporeal sword could never compare to the illusory sword in terms of explosiveness. This was Tao, and could not be changed. Even if their eldest senior brother had increased the power of the corporeal sword to an unimaginable level, when it couldn't kill in one strike, it would still fall into the awkward situation of comparing sword frequency and quantity. It would become more and more unbearable. Lu Xiaoyi couldn't hold on any longer. The 4 seasons had already done their best. For the time being, he couldn't increase the disturbance of the 4 seasons to light. This was already their limit. They had helped him share a great deal of the pressure. A hole had appeared in his defensive flying swords. Hidden Fragrance, who was not the main flying sword, was carrying 2 crooked swords. It was becoming more and more difficult for him to defend. Sword light constantly leaked out of his defense, causing him to be in a mess. He couldn't continue like this. If he continued to persist, if he wasn't careful, he would hand over the victory. When he used his trump card, it had always been used with a purpose. Every time he used it, it would be a miracle. However, the opponent this time was too strong. They were directly suppressing him, making it impossible for his crooked methods to be used. Now, he had no choice but to use his trump card to save the situation. There was no other way. The sword box shook and Ju City flew out. The Big Dipper rain entered the box and the situation immediately changed. Ju City was also his main flying sword. The time it took to refine it wasn't much shorter than the 4 seasons. It was even more powerful than the other swords. Once it came out, the passive situation immediately stabilized. It cooperated with Hidden Fragrance and firmly blocked the flying swords outside. Under the attacks of the sword whips, it didn't move. When Ju City came out, the reactions of the spectators were all different. In the eyes of the external sword Daoist master and Jin Dan, this was definitely not a coincidence. There was a method to cultivate a sword spirit, and the truth behind it made people yearn for it. In the large crowd of spectators, the external swords let out heaven-shaking cheers. Eldest senior brother was still hiding something. He really was able to keep his composure. Who knew if he still had something else? It was hard to say. However, among the participating swordsmen, the majority of them had already determined the direction of victory and defeat. Cigarette but was in danger. They had been through life and death situations for a long time and had their own unique vision. When a cultivator passively took out his trump card to strengthen his defense, it already indicated his limit. What was senior brother Light's trump card? No idea. How much more explosive could the sword frequency be? No idea. The external sword eldest senior brother had no choice but to reveal his 3rd flying sword. No one would think that he had a 4th. If that was the case, he could throw out 8 or 10 flying swords at once. Not to mention senior brother Light, even senior brother Light Glory wouldn't be able to withstand it. His potential had been exhausted. Defeat was only a matter of time. Chapter 394. Lu Xiaoyi's Ju Cheng immediately stabilized the situation, but Guang Ming's sword frequency was still rising. More than 20 swords in one breath, there was still no sign of stopping. Lu Xiaoyi didn't have a good way to deal with this for the time being. He couldn't escape. Although his escape technique was outstanding, and he had the power of the stars, he still couldn't escape perfectly with Guang Ming's 100 years of deep foundation. He was stuck, he couldn't pull away, nor could he close the distance. Escape technique was a direction that consumed a lot of time, 100 years of time difference wasn't that easy to close. Although his starlight guidance was very high level, Guang Ming's inner sword escape technique wasn't any worse than his. This kind of person who controlled the inner sword for a living would definitely choose the best path for his main skill. It was clear that Guang Ming wanted to use the flying swords to resolve the battle between the inner and outer sword. It was for the sake of being upright. Guang Ming was testing his limits, he was also waiting for Guang Ming's limits. He didn't believe that even if you were a crooked machine gun, could it be that you could turn into a Gatling gun? There was always a limit. Shooting like this, wasn't he afraid of emptying his body? In a few breaths, Guang Ming's sword frequency had already reached the level of 27 or 8 swords per breath. With this kind of intensity, when the 4 seasons were at 20% weak, the majority of the pressure came to Lu Xiaoyi's side. Ju Cheng and Hidden Fragrance's side had to endure 23 or 4 sword. Lu Xiaoyi's defense began to show holes again. Fortunately, these holes didn't last forever. When the 4 seasons returned to 20% strong, the pressure would return to 20 swords. Intuitively, the two knew that it was time to see the results. Guang Ming couldn't maintain this kind of high frequency of attacks, while Lu Xiaoyi was limited by his cultivation. Controlling 3 flying swords at the same time was a heavy burden on his mana. 4 people at their level, the changes in their moves were meaningless, instead, it would waste precious time. What they were truly fighting was power. But before they fought, the two used a supplementary skill at the same time. Guang Ming used the inner sword secret technique Drawn Sword Prison, while Lu Xiaoyi used the outer sword secret technique Fixed Star. Both of them had the same idea, which was to compare their inner and outer swords at the swordsman's most proficient mid-range. There was no conspiracy, no trickery, and it was a direct confrontation. Immediately after, at the most crucial moment of the battle, Light used another force that he had hidden for a long time, the goat horn force. It didn't sound like anything new, but there were only a handful of people in the inner sword group who could truly comprehend the goat horn force to a profound level. It was far from something Lu Xiaoyi's goat horn force could compare to. Light was the true big goat horn, while he was the little goat horn. He lacked time and the divine essence of countless sword strikes. In terms of offense and defense, he would use the goat horn stance to attack from 3,000 feet away, and use the bloody battle stance to defend within 100 feet. He would be able to accurately differentiate between the attacks and not be confused in the crazy burst of close to 30 swords every second. Just based on this point alone, none of the inner sword elites could do it. Once the sword momentum was unleashed, the inner swordsmen gasped in amazement. They knew that the sword battle was about to end. Almost at the same time, Lu Xiaoyi no longer relied on his goat horn force. Instead, he added his most proficient, the star's force that he had comprehended the most. At Light's side, the 4 seasons, under the powerful support of the star's force, began to advance from 100 feet away to 150 feet away. They didn't stop and became fiercer and fiercer. They were getting closer and closer, but Light didn't care about the strong attacks of the 4 seasons. He continued to focus on his opponent's body, because he believed in his bloody battle stance. The closer his opponent's flying swords were, the more powerful the bloody battle stance would be. At Lu Xiaoyi's side, the ferocious flying swords, under the support of Light's goat horn force to the point of perfection, were also closing in. Even if Lu Xiaoyi used his 2 swords to resist and the star's force, he couldn't completely withstand the pressure. His defensive circle had also shrunk to 150 feet. The key to victory or defeat seemed to be who was the first to stab the opponent. This change was beyond the expectations of the spectators. Even the Jindan couldn't accurately determine who would have the last laugh. Light had a chance. Cigarette but also had a chance. Originally, they thought that victory was already decided, but now, it had become a battle between both sides. They had to lick it. They couldn't even stop. At this moment, the external swords finally knew how strong their new senior was. At least now, he was on the same level as Light, who was ranked 4th in the Foundation establishment list. He wasn't inferior in the slightest. Even Light couldn't accurately determine whether his flying swords would break through first, or the opponent's 4 seasons would arrive first. He couldn't tolerate any accidents. He needed to win to his heart's content. He still had a trick up his sleeve, which was set up before the battle. Silent force. He had been suppressed for too long. Now, he finally grasped the best opportunity. If he didn't die in silence, he would explode in silence. This was the true meaning of silent force. Once the power of silent force was unleashed, Lu Xiaoyi couldn't hold on any longer. The four seasons stopped advancing, while Ju Cheng and Hidden Fragrance retreated. In a flash, Light's flying swords had already reached a range of 300 feet. Seeing that the outcome was about to be decided, the crowd of cultivators below let out a sigh. Lu Xiaoyi turned a deaf ear to them. He indeed didn't have any force, but that didn't mean he had no other way. In his short 40 years of cultivation, he hadn't been in contact with the category of force for a long time, only around 20 years. The first force he comprehended was the force of stars. Because of his natural affinity with stars, his progress in the force of stars was very fast. As for the force of sheep's horn, he had only comprehended it for 10 years and was far from mature. Needless to say, the force of might was the type that was sharpened at the last minute. Overall, Lu Xiaoyi's attainments in force were far inferior to Light's. This was a problem of accumulation over time. It wasn't something that could be solved with a flash of inspiration. The only thing he could barely contend with was the force of stars, but it wasn't as professional as Light's three forces. Attacking was attacking, defending was defending, and exploding was exploding. He was already at his wit's end in terms of force, but he had his own crooked method, force removal. This was a good thing that body cultivator Kui Shitu had exchanged with him. He had never stopped studying it, but the more he studied it, the more profound it became. A lot of force removal required him to master this force and understand it before he could remove it. This really made people speechless. He finally understood why this cunning Shitu would use this kind of secret technique to exchange for force removal. It was completely meaningless. There were countless forces in the cultivation world. Could it be that he had to understand every one of them before he could remove them? Who could do it? It's just a flower in the water, I'm just messing with you. But there were also secret techniques that could be used. For example, force removal. It meant that he could take the initiative to remove his force and conveniently remove his opponent's force as well. If his force was greater than or equal to his opponent in the battle, then he would have achieved the goal of force removal. Of course, his force would also be gone, but Lu Xiaoyi's battle prowess didn't completely rely on force. He really relied on the sword spirit. This was the reason why he was unique. Therefore, without any hesitation, he cleanly removed all three of his powers. Chapter 395. Lu Xiaoyi had removed his own force, and as a result, his star force, goat horn force, and majestic force were all wiped out. Moreover, Guangming's bloody battle force, goat horn force, and silent force were also wiped out. Erasing power had some kind of mysterious restriction. It couldn't be used again for a certain period of time. Therefore, the battle between the two became a battle of light. But there was one thing, the effects of power on both sides were different. No matter how much Light urged his swords, the erased flying swords were unable to advance any further under the combined defense of Ju City and Hidden Fragrance. Lu Xiaoyi was finally able to defend the last 300 feet in front of him. On the other side, the four seasons began to rush forward. Lu Xiaoyi's erasing power seemed to have been delayed by Light's silence power by a breath. This kind of delay allowed the opponent's flying swords to break through the last 300 feet. This wasn't a mistake, it was intentional. The reason why it was late was because he was waiting for the four seasons to switch from their weak state to their strong state. There were countless changes in between, but in reality, it had only been a few breaths of time since the two sides had locked onto each other. In the eyes of the bystanders, what they saw was the intertwining of light and shadow. But in reality, the changes in the momentum behind the scenes were the key to deciding the outcome of the battle. This was not something that everyone could see. The bystanders only felt the west wind tighten and the east wind become stronger. Even now, they couldn't be sure who would have the last laugh. When the sword's power was no longer there, the last several hundred feet were covered in the blink of an eye. Light had no choice but to focus all of his power on defending against the four seasons. Of course, he could defend against them. As long as he used all of his flying swords to stop the Four Seasons, the result would be Dew City and Hidden Fragrance closing in. At this point, the battle had returned from 2 focal points to 1. The intense attack and defense were about 200, 300 feet from Light's side. The sword light was still like a chain, blocking the Four Seasons, Dew City, Hidden Fragrance. They formed a final stalemate at 200 feet, waiting for the final change. 200 feet. Even someone as agile as the swordsman would find it difficult to escape the flying sword's pursuit at this distance. This was an attack and defense that no one could give up. There wasn't even a chance to change moves. Lu Xiaoyi had changed. All of their previous efforts had been wasted. As long as Light could catch his breath, it would be his doomsday. His problem was his Fa Li. How long could he maintain this level of attack? The moment Light changed, he would be pierced by the flying swords that were close by. He didn't have the space to change his mind. His problem was overclocking. How long could he maintain nearly 30 swords in a breath? Humans were not machines. It was impossible for them to maintain such a high level of explosive power, but Light didn't retreat. Even if his brain matter exploded, he had to persevere until the last moment. Because he was the last guardian of the glory of the Shenyuan Nejian lineage. If he fell, there would be no one. This was only in an instant. The host, Daoist Master Inner Sword, sighed and waved his hand. The 2 people who were stuck together were suddenly separated by an irresistible force, no matter how unwilling they were. The Sword of Swords Sof the Hands sect. Was of the of Sof his of the heart of hands of the of S of swords of the sect. Sage Nascent Soul Daoist Master judged that there were no technical problems in all of this. The battle space withdrew. Over 10,000 cultivators looked up at the Prime Minister, waiting for his judgment. Daoist Master Inner Sword's clear voice spread throughout the snowy plains. End. Outer Sword Smoke but wins. Inner Sword Guangming has loss. The entire snowfield froze for a moment. Then, a huge wave of cheers swept through the entire Hidden Sword Peak. Some of the old external sword cultivators had tears in their eyes. They had been pressed against the ground by the internal sword all their lives. They had never thought that there would be a day where they could hold their heads high like today. They couldn't change history, but they witnessed it. The inner sword participants looked desolate. Most of them had accepted it, but there were also those who were unconvinced. Yang Dao twisted his voice and said, "Grandmaster, I have doubts about the verdict. At the very least, this is a 2-point game. How can it be that my inner sword will lose?" The immortal host did not want to answer, but when he saw the expressions of the crowd, he knew that not answering might cause unnecessary dissatisfaction. Thus, he gave a rare explanation. Continue. The cigarette but would damage his dantian and cripple his cultivation. The light would destroy the Niwen, and it would be no different from an idiot. Tell me, who won and who lost? This is Xuanyuan's competition. No matter who wins, it's Xuanyuan's victory. Don't let others say that our inner sword sect is arrogant and can't afford to lose. No one doubted it because what the immortal said was the truth. Lu Xiaoyi could still cultivate, but there was no hope for him to reach the upper realm. However, if his brain exploded into paste, could he still be a cultivator? Immortal Outer Sword flew over and waved his hand. Senior brother is fair and selfless. I really admire you. He actually understood that even though the immortal host said that both sides were tied, he could not say anything. It was reasonable. Immortal Inner Sword smiled. Junior brother is wrong. This is not fair. This is a win-win. If Outer Sword wins, it can sweep away the decadence of Outer Sword for tens of thousands of years. If Inner Sword loses, it can wake up the arrogance of Inner Sword for tens of thousands of years. If the sword is not sharpened, people will not advance. To be honest, my Inner Sword sect has been waiting for this day for tens of thousands of years. How can I let go of such an opportunity? Just now, the immortals of Wen Guang Peak's Thunder Palace reminded me that they wanted me to help you win. I refuse. Fortunately, you external swordsmen have obtained victory with your own strength, and you deserve it. Junior brother, congratulations. The Outer Sword has finally produced a talent. Immortal Outer Sword smiled knowingly. It is Shenyuan that produces talents in large numbers. The inner sword and outer sword are called Shenyuan in the outside world. This time, when Lu Xiaoyi returned to the outer sword sect's cultivators, they no longer nodded in greeting. Instead, they consciously called him eldest senior brother. There was no exception. 6 battles, 6 inner sword sect cultivators. From the hundreds of 5-ring foundation establishment cultivators, he had chosen all the way to 4th place. There was not the slightest bit of exaggeration. It was all based on the ability of the sword. To be honest, with their abilities, it was a matter of one sword. There was no doubt. Henceforth, although only half of the 20 years had passed, his position as eldest senior brother was already set. At least among the outer sword sect, there was no one else who dared to challenge him. Life's fate was different from the past. Who would be able to reach his current position as a mere 999th place? From the looks of it, the person in charge of the rankings was truly unfathomable. Under the circumstances where he had not fought with anyone on the rankings, he had been pulled into the rankings. Furthermore, he had been pulled into the high position of 11th place. Who knew what they had discovered? Seeing his second senior brother and third senior brother surrounding him, he knew that he had to say something. A white face covers 100 ugliness. Fox odor destroys everything. My cultivation is really not good. It was almost emptied out by others. Therefore, I may have to go into seclusion for a period of time and work hard on my cultivation. Otherwise, I'm afraid the inner sword sect's troubles will not be resolved in a short period of time. Since I've turned over, I should at least have a good night's sleep. I can't be beaten back to my original state right after turning over. There are some matters that I'll have to trouble you senior brothers. I won't be participating for the time being. I'm ashamed of myself for being lazy. The outer sword sect's leaders nodded. Eldest senior brother was right. The inner sword sect's cultivators were definitely unwilling to accept this defeat. In the future, they would find other ways to challenge him. Eldest senior brother's abilities were top-notch in all other aspects, but his cultivation was a little awkward. He needed to rest for a period of time to raise his cultivation realm. Chapter 396. If Lu Xiaoyi wanted to hide and relax, he would have to see if the higher-ups agreed or not. At least in the Sword Chi Soaring Pavilion, a Foundation Establishment disciple actually managed to give birth to 3 sword spirits within 40 years of entering the sect. This kind of thing could greatly affect the future of the external sword, so they could not help but be concerned. The Jindan was already unable to deal with this matter, so in a situation where there was no result, they could only leave it to the higher-ups to make a decision. This was an expanded meeting, and 2 Jindan were fortunate enough to attend. GU Gang represented the various halls under the Soaring Pavilion, and they were also the ones most familiar with cigarette butts. GU Dong represented the Jindan directly under the Soaring Pavilion. In addition, there were several perfected Yuanying masters and a perfected lord of the Soaring Pavilion. They basically represented the upper echelons of the external sword. For a mere Foundation Establishment disciple, this lineup was a little too big, but if one considered the influence of sword spirits on the external sword, it was not excessive at all. A perfected master raised his head. Speak, what are the opinions of those below? You are all familiar with this person, so you have the right to voice your opinions. As the Jindan directly under the Soaring Pavilion, Jiu Dong was the first to speak. There is no need to talk about this person's strength, and there should be no problem with his loyalty. His origins are a little unclear. Although we know that he is a foreign cultivator, his past in his own domain is still a mystery. The perfected lord of the pavilion interrupted him. Regarding loyalty and origins, let's not discuss these. Due to some special reasons, when this person first entered the sect, his origins were already verified. He was jointly examined by the Soaring Pavilion's Pavilion Lord and the 3 Thunder Palace Lords, so there should be no doubt. Everyone was shocked. What kind of person was this? When he first entered the sect, he needed 4 perfected lords to personally examine him. Normally, new disciples would at most take a look at the Jindan. Even perfected Yuanying masters were too lazy to interfere, let alone perfected lords. Perhaps this was the reason why this person was so different. However, Jiyu Dong was a straightforward person. Even the words of a perfected lord could not stop him from voicing his opinion. Grandmaster is right. I am not suspecting him, but judging that his origins might be related to having so many sword spirits. 3 sword spirits in 40 years, this is not a coincidence, it must be some kind of necessity. I believe that all the martial uncles and grandmasters present here understand the significance of this better than I do. It will have a profound impact on my external sword lineage. After the sword battle, I asked him about it, but he said that he didn't know either. He just said that there was a high probability of creating a new sword spirit by killing a person. He has indeed killed many people since he entered the sect. They were all the elite disciples of the Supreme and 3 Pure Ones. Therefore, I don't doubt the truth of what he said. However, I still think that he must have some secrets that he hasn't told us yet. Otherwise, there is no way to explain this strange phenomenon. In my external sword lineage, I have killed many people, even more than him. Why can't they give birth to a sword spirit? I, Shen Yuan, have always protected the privacy of my disciples. This is also the rule of the cultivation world. However, there are differences in the size of the matter and the importance of the matter. When facing the future of the entire branch of the external sword, personal privacy should not be an obstacle. I think he must tell us his secret. Even if the sect has to take some special measures, we will not hesitate. Jiyu Gang couldn't help but say, this disciple also has something to say. Speak. Jiyu Gang was a little impulsive. He didn't agree with Jiyu Dong's opinion. This old man was stubborn and always did good things wrong. He was famous in the external sword lineage for being smelly and stubborn. However, he didn't know it and thought that he was doing it for Shen Yuan. This disciple thinks that rules are rules. If you want to find a reason, then what rules can't be broken? Everyone has secrets. This is the common characteristic of cultivators. Grandmaster, you have it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to become a perfected lord. Martial uncles also have it. Otherwise, why are you able to travel the void? I also have secrets. Senior brother Jiyu Dong, you don't? Jiyu Dong straightened his neck. I don't have any secrets to the sect. Jiyu Gang sneered. Therefore, you can only die of old age on Jin Dan. Even the heavenly Tao looks down on a person who doesn't even have a secret. The perfected master frowned. Speak properly. No personal attacks. Swordsman meetings were very simple and crude. It wasn't rare for them to use words to fight. This was also one of the reasons why Dharma cultivators looked down on them. However, swordsmen persisted. Arguments often meant the truth. If everyone kept silent, this Tao tradition would lose its important vitality. Among the great cultivators of our Shenyuan ancestors, there were countless ability users who didn't belong to the Shenyuan Tao tradition. If we asked them to hand over their secrets for the benefit of Xuanyuan's future development, then would they still stay in Shenyuan? Whether it was the external sword Bo Tower or the inner sword Fanlu Tower, they all had the insights left behind by various swordsmen. There were countless inheritances and all kinds of strange things with different origins. However, there was one thing in common. They were all voluntarily donated by our Shenyuan swordsmen. None of them were forced by the sect. Shenyuan had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. When had it ever relied on a divine art or secret technique? It was a kind of spirit. If they felt that it was beneficial to the sect, then so be it. This was voluntary and not an obligation. If they felt that it was inappropriate, whether it was because they had made a promise to others or because of the cause and effect of the incident, or because they themselves were ambiguous. If they didn't donate, then so be it. Would Shenyuan not be Shenyuan because of this? Would they be defeated? I've interacted with Cigarette but a lot since he entered the sect. If he says that he doesn't know, then he doesn't know. In the cultivation world, there are some mysteries and some inexplicable. How many people have figured it out after tens of thousands of years? I think that we don't have to care about this. If we investigate too much, it will chill the hearts of the disciples. After the two finished speaking, they fell silent. Shenyuan encouraged everyone to speak up, but they couldn't be long-winded in front of their masters. Since they had already expressed the opinions of the two factions, the rest would be left to the seniors and masters. Everyone looked at the perfected master of the pavilion. He was the one who made the decision. In the cultivation world, one's realm represented one's insight. That couldn't be wrong. The perfected master didn't hesitate. Swordsmen had always done things decisively and rarely procrastinated. So, regarding the matter of the spirit on this child's sword, I will take charge of it. You don't have to interfere. Just treat it as if nothing happened. I only have one thing to say. The reason why Shenyuan is strong is because we know that the only one who can defeat Shenyuan is Shenyuan ourselves. Therefore, any plan against our own people, even if it's under the guise of the sect, must be carefully considered. You can't be rash. The perfected master meant that everything related to this child would be left to him. The other Yuanying Jin Dan couldn't interfere. This was also a method. When the perfected master dealt with this kind of matter, he always had a way to do it without alerting the person involved. But from the meaning of his words, he still leaned towards Jiyu Gang's opinion. Only at their level would they know what tradition meant to a sect. It was something that must be protected. Seeing the two Jindan leave, the perfected master explained to the Yuanying below. If there's really a way for everyone to obtain a sword spirit, do you think it's a blessing or a curse for Shenyuan? With tens of thousands of strong outer swordsmen comparable to the inner sword, it's only a matter of time before he can defeat the five-ring swordsman and dominate the universe. Blessings can't be enjoyed to the fullest, power can't be used to the fullest. After the heavenly Tao gives you a sweet date, it will definitely be followed by a big stick. Chapter 397. External sword monarch Zhu Jiong waited for his disciples to leave before feeling troubled. Actually, no one was more eager than him for sword spirits to be popularized among ordinary external sword. With thousands of years of life, as a cultivator standing at the top of the pyramid, the more he experienced, the more he understood the pain and helplessness of being an external sword. Everyone had their own pride, even more so for cultivators. Then, what would a monarch's pride be like? No one was born to be a supporting character, or a supporting character, and he had been doing this for thousands of years. When he was in Foundation establishment, he was the supporting character of the internal sword. When he was in Jindan, he was the supporting character of the internal sword Jindan. Now that he was a monarch, he was still the supporting character of the internal sword monarch. It wasn't just his head that was green, his heart was green. Even if not everyone had the chance to give birth to a sword spirit, some of them would be good. Even a small portion would be good. A sword spirit was too important to an external sword. It would help them understand the essence of the sword and avoid detours. They wouldn't need to waste too much time on useless skills when they were in Foundation establishment Jindan. According to his understanding, if one could give birth to a sword spirit at Foundation establishment, then more than half of the current system of external swords would be useless and wouldn't need to be learned. This would save at least a few hundred years of time for low and middle level cultivators, the most precious few hundred years of time in the initial stage of cultivation, a few hundred years for a Foundation establishment Jindan and a few hundred years for a monarch were completely different. The former was everything, while the latter was just a dispensable part. Therefore, although what he said was very traditional and righteous, he still wanted to know this secret in his heart. However, this kind of thing couldn't be done by those careless disciples under him. It was very easy to leave behind some loose ends, and if they couldn't deal with it cleanly, it would also cause harm to the little guy. He still wanted to do it himself. With the power of a monarch, he wouldn't disturb the little guy while secretly achieving his goal. But before that, he still wanted to ask for the opinion of a good friend. This little fellow was a little unusual. When he first entered the sect, he was questioned by the four true monarchs. At that time, the Soaring Heaven Pavilion Master, Gong Yarrow, was also present. Unfortunately, this fellow had ulcers on his butt and could not sit still. Since then, he had been gone for dozens of years without any news. According to the habits of cultivators at their level, he could not be counted on to return in the next few hundred years. Gong Yarrow had once mentioned this little guy when they were chatting, but he didn't mention it in detail. His fart was incomplete, which was why he was now in a dilemma. However, it didn't matter. He had friends in the Thunder Palace too. Vice Palace Master Gong Cheng shared similar interests with him and had a good relationship with him. He was also one of the 4 true monarchs present at the time. There was no need for him to hide. He couldn't reveal his true colors in front of the younger disciples, but what couldn't he say in front of the true monarchs of the same generation? He was doing this for the sect, not for his own personal matters. He was not worried about the sword spirit now. With a sweep of his divine sense, he drifted to Wen Guangfeng, but he couldn't find him. He then expanded his divine sense to cover the entire dome, but he still couldn't find him. Where did this person go? Why didn't he go to the void of the universe? Since his divine sense couldn't find him, he could only send out a sword talisman. He immediately received a reply. "What's the matter, senior brother? Why are you in such a hurry? There's no purple clear, and there aren't many jade clear either. If there's nothing important, just leave a message." Zhu Jiong scolded jokingly, "I've only borrowed resources from you once, and it was an old matter from when I was in Foundation establishment. It's really hard for you to remember it for thousands of years. I have something that senior brother Gong Yarrow didn't mention in detail before he left. I'd like to ask about the specific situation back then." He briefly explained the changes in the sword battle inside and outside, including his desire to find out the true origins of this little guy's sword spirit. Gong Cheng laughed. "What's the use of you finding out? Back in the Thunder Palace, it was junior brother Le Feng, who was skilled in this aspect, who made a move. In the end, it was all for naught. What can you find out with that 2-headed mental power of yours? However, that little guy's entry into the sect has nothing to do with us, but..." The more Zhu Jiong listened, the more curious he became. This little guy actually had such a miraculous ability. He'd only just entered the sect, but he could make the sword orb automatically avoid him when he tried to capture it. It was truly inconceivable. The Thunder Palace's ability to keep secrets was also impressive. He actually hadn't heard any news about this matter. However, from this point of view, that little guy was very likely telling the truth. He was able to give birth to a sword spirit not through some kind of martial arts, but because he possessed a mysterious ability in the unseen world. Even he himself couldn't figure it out. This kind of individual ability wasn't something that could be learned or imparted. It was a gift from the heavens, so he extinguished the idea of promoting it in the external sword world. However, this little guy was becoming more and more interesting to him. Gong Cheng occasionally heard him mention old matters and was also somewhat curious. To be honest, the scene when he was choosing the sword orb was indeed strange. As time passed, he had somewhat forgotten about it, but now, senior brother, it's definitely useless for a yin spirit like you to probe. I have a good idea here. It just so happens that Lu Zhu has returned to the dome during this period of time. We're also discussing Dao at Crow Peak. Why don't you bring your problem over? With Lu Zhu taking action, what can't be solved? Zhu Jiong's eyes lit up. Lu Zhu, not Lu Zhu. He was currently Xuanyuan's strongest backer, his thigh. Born from the inner sword, he was known as the demon sword lord in the universe. He was a half-immortal figure, and he didn't walk the path of the blight state. He was a true almighty who had achieved Dao by severing corpses. Lu Zhu rarely returned. In 10,000 years, he had only returned twice or thrice. The time he stayed was also very short. However, this time was more coincidental. He had returned to the dome and lived for a few years. No one knew when he would leave. He often discussed Dao at Crow Peak with a group of perfected sovereigns. He also frequently went there himself. If this matter was mentioned to Lu Zhu, he could just treat it as a small episode in the dome. There was nothing inappropriate about it. This kind of small matter could be calculated by Lu Zhu. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly stopped. He suddenly realized that this bastard Gong Cheng wasn't giving him a good idea. He was clearly taking the opportunity to find out why the sword orb was hiding from the little guy. Now, he was using him as a front. He was careless in making friends. However, He really didn't have any better ideas at the moment. This was the most open and honorable move that wouldn't fall into the hands of others. Shaking his head, his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Recently, Crow Peak was often shrouded in heavy fog. The middle and low-level disciples didn't know what was going on. Only perfected Yuanying and other great cultivators knew the truth. This was Lu Zu's preaching. It was a barrier set up to prevent low-level disciples from entering rashly. Lu Zu was a serious person. He believed in teaching one level at a time. To him, if he imparted widely, it would be a formality with no meaning. Jin Dan taught foundation establishment while Yuanying taught Jin Dan. This was the right principle. When it came to him, he would usually preach Tao to the perfected sovereigns when he was free. Occasionally, he would extend it to Yuanying. It was very rare. For example, this time, it was a Dharma assembly specially for perfected sovereigns. Yuanying wasn't present. Almost all the perfected sovereigns of the inner and outer sword were present. Lu Zu's preaching was extremely rare. He wouldn't come back more than 3 times in 10,000 years. To many of them, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It would be strange if they didn't cherish it. Chapter 398. When Zhu Jiong arrived at Crow Peak, he carefully lowered his body. No one dared to be presumptuous here because it involved a very important person. This person was comparable to the great emperor of Shenyuan. Even Lu Zu was respectful here. It was said that Lu Zu had been taught by this important person when he was young. Who knew if it was true or not? At the peak of Crow Peak, there were dozens of inner and outer sword perfected cultivators sitting around, listening to a Daoist's lecture. The Daoist looked hazy from afar, but looked hazy from up close. It was as if he was right in front of you, but also as far away as the horizon. It gave off an unreal feeling. The body of a half-immortal was extraordinary. It was not something that a yin spirit like him could understand. Obviously, he came a little late. Lu Zu's interest in the lecture was already gone, so he just casually glanced in his direction. "What's the matter?" Zhu Jiong knew that he was being asked, so he respectfully explained the mystery of the outer sword. At the end, he did not forget to drag Gong Cheng into the conversation. Inner sword Gong Cheng is also very curious as to why the sword pill avoided him, so he brought it up and asked for guidance from Lu Zu. Lu Zu nodded. He already knew the ins and outs of the matter. Very good. You know how to keep people for your own selfish reasons. This is not only the tradition of Shenyuan, but also the tradition of cultivation. Greed comes from the heart and there is no reason for it. The reason you think of now may just be a cover for your true thoughts. However, as swordsmen, we must be true to our words. Only then can our swords be clean. Zhu Jiong was sweating in his heart. He knew that his thoughts had been seen through by Lu Zu. He deserved it. Lu Zu did not blame him anymore. The fact that these perfected cultivators were able to tell the severity of the matter. Everyone made mistakes, and it was not entirely for personal gain. Well, since both the inner and outer swordsmen have doubts, I will take a look. However, this is the last time. There will be no next time. Remember this. With a flick of his mind, his young spirit left his body and circled around the foot of Chenqiu Peak. He returned in an instant and looked at the Zhenjuan below. Only a very small number of them knew about this long ago. Most of them had just heard about it, but they were overflowing with interest. It was obvious that this was the first time they had heard of this situation. Actually, you've already guessed it. It's just a reincarnation phenomenon. Such a phenomenon will be very strong when one first starts cultivating. However, as time passes and one's realm increases, it will eventually return to normal. This is the true meaning of the heavenly Tao. It can't always be a blessing from the heavens. Everyone was enlightened. In fact, they also thought the same. If it wasn't a cultivation technique or a fortuitous encounter, then what else could it be? It could only be the secret of 3 lives. But, what kind of secret of 3 lives is it that can cause a person to make the sword pill tremble? But it could also give birth to a sword spirit. Wasn't this self-contradictory? If he had been a powerful spell cultivator in his previous life, would he have made the sword pill wary? If he had been a swordsman in his previous life, he would have been able to get close to the sword spirit. Was there such a precedent? Could the power of the previous life be brought to this life? Even the reincarnation of an immortal might not be able to do it, right? Then, was it a spell cultivator? Or a swordsman? An internal sword young spirit was also very puzzled. He had a high position in the sect. Only a few people like him would ask Lu Zhu so directly. Lu Zhu sighed and said softly, if the reincarnation wasn't a human consciousness, what if it was a sword spirit consciousness? All the perfected cultivators were shocked. They had to admit that their vision was not as broad as Lu Zhu's. Whether it was the sword pill of the internal sword or the sword spirit of the external sword, they would not exist alone after losing their master. The sword pill would return to the sword tomb through some special and mysterious channel to be refined again. Or it could not return due to the restrictions of the environment and would disappear with the passage of time. The sword spirit of the external sword would directly follow its master without any delay. Then, an internal sword perfected cultivator said with a trembling voice, Master Lu, what you mean is that he might be the sword pill of a certain superior cultivator in Shenyuan who accidentally reincarnated under special circumstances. Since that's the case, this person should belong to our internal sword lineage. If he was the reincarnation of a sword spirit, it would perfectly explain why those immature sword pills would avoid him when they were choosing their sword pills. This was not because they were afraid of that person, but because the sword pills had a natural fear of fierce sword spirits when they were in the early stages of adulthood. Why could he nurture a sword spirit when he was in the foundation establishment stage? That was because he was the reincarnation of a sword spirit. Perhaps it was not a brand new sword spirit at all, but a clone of the sword spirit of his original body. However, his words immediately angered an external sword perfected cultivator. He did not care that Lu Zhu was present and retorted, what? You were an internal sword in your previous life, so you will be an internal sword in your next life? Can't you change your orthodoxy? According to this logic, everyone is a reincarnation, but no one is a swordsman. You should be a spell cultivator, body cultivator, ghost cultivator, because you were one in your previous life. We cultivators only look at the present world. We will be whatever we cultivate in this life. Even if you want to snatch someone, this is not how you snatch them, right? Only then did someone appear to be able to suppress your internal sword, but in the end, in your mouth, an old hen turned into a duck and became yours. If that's the case, can't I turn your internal sword into an external sword, Wen Guangfeng? Anyway, no one knows what you cultivated in your previous life. The two perfected cultivators immediately confronted each other with tit for tat. Each of them had their own helpers, and the more they pulled, the more people there were. Of course, they did not use their swords, but their fists. This was also Xuanyuan's tradition. Lu Zhu sighed. It had been more than 10,000 years, but they were still the same. However, it was normal. When he was young, he would have already rubbed his arms, right? This kind of scene was more amiable, and much more interesting than everyone sitting there and listening to his speech. His deterrence was still lacking. If senior brother was here, who would dare to be rough? He coughed lightly. Everyone knew that they had lost their composure, so they quickly quieted down. They were all old friends who had known each other for at least 1,000 years. They felt uncomfortable sitting on the dome without a fight. Taking advantage of the fact that there were no juniors watching, they could not use their swords and fists. Unfortunately, they did not have the chance. First of all, I'm only saying that there is such a possibility. It might not necessarily be the reincarnation of the sword spirit. There could be other reasons. The universe is vast, and the cultivation world is vast. Who can understand everything? It might not necessarily be the sword pill of the internal sword. It could also be the sword spirit of the external sword. How can there be a fixed rule for this so-called accident? Even if it is the reincarnation of the sword pill's sword spirit, he must be Xuanyuan's. He could also be from Wei Sword Mountain, Firmament Sword Sect, or other sword vein orthodoxies in the universe. The universe is vast, and there are countless orthodoxies. The swordsman is not the only one in the 5 rings. However, there is one point. This is a divine ability, an innate ability. It can't be replicated. Therefore, this matter ends here. Do what you want to do. Don't do anything intentionally because of what I said today. It's not good for this person, and it's also not good for Shen Yuan. Chapter 399. P.S. This guy added it twice. Everyone nodded in agreement, but the discussion was still very heated. After all, this was a very novel topic, and it happened in the dome's own territory. For example, what realm did the sword spirit of the sword pill achieve such an incredible feat? In the end, everyone agreed that it should be at least above Yuanying. Or, was this person a human or a sword spirit? Similarly, everyone thought that he should be a human. He just had some spirituality of the sword pill. For example, would this person's ability really fade with the passage of time and the increase of realm? Then, if this person could reach the nascent soul stage, would he become an ordinary cultivator and not be the center of attention like he was now? Also, would the sword spirit be like a human and recover the memory of his previous life when he reached his original realm? If it was a Shen Yuan swordsman, it would be fine. If he was too far away from his original orthodoxy and couldn't fly, it would be fine. But if it was the flying sword of a cultivator from Weijian Mountain or Firmament Sword Sect, the crowd left in the heated discussion. In the end, only one inner sword sun spirit remained. He was Guandu, the actual leader of Shenyuan Sword Sect and the person closest to the half-immortal realm. He guessed Lu Zu's thoughts. Lu Zu, are you still thinking about senior sister's reincarnation? Chong Lu sighed. For tens of thousands of years, he forced himself to forget many things, but there were many things that he could never forget. Senior brother, senior sister, he couldn't solve senior brother's problem. It was useless to think about it. Not to mention now, even if he finally succeeded in severing the corpse and became the only immortal in the past, present, and future, he still couldn't solve it. He couldn't reach senior brother's height. That was the only person he admired in his life. So, it was useless to think about it. He was thinking about senior sister. Because this seemed to be within the scope of his ability, I'm thinking, where did senior sister reincarnate to? When will she appear? It's been thousands of years, shouldn't she appear? The senior sister they were talking about was a very special figure among the high-level cultivators in Shenyuan. In terms of aptitude, ordinary cultivators could naturally be considered as geniuses. However, for top-notch characters like them, it was obviously ordinary. Therefore, they were always stuck on Yuanying, true monarch, and then reincarnated again. The reincarnation of a cultivator was a very illusory thing. It was basically uncontrollable. No sect would pay special attention to whether their own sect or their own starfield had reincarnated. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack. It was meaningless. It was purely a matter of luck. Therefore, if they left, they left. No one would consider bringing them back. There was no way to find this person. This was because he could exist in any starfield in the universe. Furthermore, it was unknown how long it had been. Perhaps it had only been a few dozen years, or perhaps it had been hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. With so many cultivators around, how could they only remember one person? But, Demon Lord will never forget, because he only has one senior sister. Moreover, this senior sister was very special. She had a unique ability. Every time she died, she would be able to find her way back home through a certain method. It was truly miraculous. The first time was when she died in the Great War of Heavenly Wolf. She was only Yuanying. Later, she was brought back by senior brother. The second time was when she was a yin spirit. She didn't manage to survive. As a result, thousands of years later, she became a true monarch and found her way back. Demon Lord believed that senior sister would definitely come back for the third time. This was his intuition. He was looking forward to it. Because he was so lonely, he had no real friends or relatives. Senior brother and senior sister were the only two people who could scold him regardless of their realms. Now, he really missed the feeling of being scolded. He couldn't use the power of Shenyuan to find her. That was too selfish. A meaningless search would bring a burden to Shen Yuan. For him, the best way was to wait. Wait for senior brother and senior sister. Senior brother was unreliable, and the matter was too big. Even a half-immortal like him didn't dare to think about it. But what realm would senior sister be when she came back this time? Would she be a half-immortal? Or a sun god? Senior sister had the toughest spirit among all the cultivators he had ever seen. Many men couldn't compare to her. He still remembered what senior sister said when she first came back to Shenyuan: if the spirit is willing, we will meet again in the next life. If the spirit is willing, take me back to Shenyuan. He had been waiting in Shenyuan for nearly 10,000 years, waiting to see her again. This was one of the main reasons why he occasionally came back to Shenyuan. When Guan Du also left, Demon Lord's expression slowly became dignified. He didn't lie to these true monarchs. What he said was basically his own judgment, but there was one thing he didn't say, and that was his intuition. His body flashed, and he had already entered a certain space. He clasped his hands. Ju Yi. Xiaolu is here to see you. Ajiu said unhurriedly. Although his realm was not as good as the Shenyuan Taoist in front of him, he was older. Moreover, the Taoist in front of him used to be his master's little brother. Naturally, he had the qualifications to put on airs. Xiaolu. We haven't seen each other for thousands of years. Why do you think of Ju Yi? I think you're up to no good. Ju Yi, am going to sleep. I don't have time to entertain you. Demon Lord knew his temper, but he wasn't angry. There were very few people who used to be his old friends, but none of them were human. Ju Yi, Baian, Da Shu, Liu Yang, and so on, none of them had a normal temper. I'm here to chat with Ju Yi. I'll be leaving in a few days. I don't know when we'll meet again, so I'm here to say goodbye to you. Ajiu looked at him vigilantly. Speak human language. You're almost 20,000 years old. Don't learn from your unreliable senior brother. After a few rounds, you've already tricked Ju Yi. Demon Lord was still smiling. He didn't think that it was rude for a true monarch to talk to a half-immortal like him. Ajiu was much older than him. The key was that this guy talked to his master, his senior brother, in the same way. Ju Yi. I just want to know, in recent years, there have been countless new disciples in Shenyuan. Is there anyone that Ju Yi likes? Ajiu was even more vigilant. He was a little slow, but he wasn't stupid. As soon as Demon Lord opened his mouth, he knew what this swordsman wanted to ask. All the creatures in the universe had their own strengths. Humans were the smartest, but in terms of some mysterious perception, a realm spirit like him was countless streets ahead of humans. Even if Demon Lord had a half-immortal body, if Bayan was here, and the Phoenix was here, he would have his own judgment and would not ask him for confirmation. He had an obligation to keep the little fellow's secret. In his opinion, although Demon Lord was his master's closest and most trustworthy friend, he was different from a realm spirit like him and a sword spirit like the little fellow. In the end, Demon Lord had never been with his master day and night. They were the only ones who were with his master day and night. Half-immortals were not immortals. How could they understand the things of immortals? Including the sword pill and the innate great Tao that carried it. They were the only ones for his master. And humans were too complicated and fickle. Before the little fellow truly grew up, he would not talk about this with any humans. In Ajiu's heart, who could be trusted? Wu Feng, Liu Yang, Bayan, these were the first level. Phoenix, Fox, Black Dragon, Wild Boar, these were the second level. As for humans, even if they were close to Demon Lord, he still had to be on guard. Because humans were the smartest. Humans needed to climb up in the shortest time possible. Therefore, they would resort to any means necessary. Not to mention Demon Lord, even if his master's wife came, he would still keep it a secret. This was the essence of a realm spirit. The only one. Exclusive. Maybe he would lose something. But there would never be an unnecessary accident. His long life of hundreds of thousands of years had taught him that accidents were often the so-called truss. They were different. They had a long life, so their understanding of loyalty was above that of humans. He thought so. Chapter 400. He pretended to be confused. Xiao Lu, what are you trying to say? Xuanyuan's new disciple? What does that have to do with me? Could it be that I can be their master? Demon Lord was not in a hurry. Juyi, in the recent group of Xuanyuan's disciples, did you find a more special existence? Your perception is not something we humans can compare to. You can easily find some mysterious connections that are beyond human understanding. For example, a person called Lu Xiaoyi. Our Jew was already prepared, and his face was very thick. Lying was never difficult for him. These were all forced by his Six Eyes brothers. Lu Xiaoyi? I know that. He just entered the sect a few years ago, but he came to the Nine Palace world to participate in the internal and external sword testing. Well, a very special external sword, but I can't tell what's special about it. However, Shenyuan has hundreds and thousands of new disciples every year. After coming to the Nine Palace world for more than 10,000 years, won't there be millions of them? There are many special ones. There are demon cultivators who pretend to be human, ghost cultivators who take over the nest, and weapon spirits who control the main consciousness, and so on. Laozi will not say anything, let them judge by themselves. As for what you said, it's just one of the countless special ones, it's none of my business. What, do you have a grudge with him? Demon Lord smiled bitterly. What grudge can I have with a little foundation stage cultivator? I just saw his outstanding performance, so I asked. Since Juyi doesn't know, it doesn't matter, it's not a big deal. In addition, don't forget the matter I entrusted to Juyi. Senior sister is not only kind to me, but also to senior brother. I hope to give her a slightly better environment. Our Jew breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this kid didn't get to the bottom of it. He put all his thoughts on his senior sister and ignored the real big fish. I was thinking about it. But it's not as convenient for me to do it as old man Guan do. There's no time, so how can it be so easy to find? Look at the job you found for me. I only asked for your help occasionally, but this matter of yours has dragged me on for thousands of years. When Demon Lord heard the song, he immediately handed over a storage ring. I know that Juyi is very lonely in the Jugong world and has no chance to go out. Xiao Lu has some spiritual energy here. Juyi can eat it like candy. Aju immediately beamed with joy. She immediately snatched the storage ring and weighed it in her hand. A few more wrinkles appeared on her face. Don't worry, your business is my business. If I, Aju, am lazy, let me be struck by lightning. Demon Lord sighed and shook his head. In the end, he didn't say anything. He left the realm. He had an intuition, but it was not confirmed here. In fact, he had a way to get the truth, whether it was from Lu Xiaoyi or Aju. But he was unwilling to do so. This was a form of respect. Aju might not be telling the truth. From the moment he took over this boundary spirit, he knew that this silly and fat guy was not a good person. He was very strange. Why were all the people around his senior brother this kind of trash? But he still did not want to use force. First, it was because of his senior brother's face. Second, he knew that his thoughts were too illusory. Instead of saying it was an intuition, it was better to say it was a kind of expectation. It was better to focus on his senior sister. As for this little sword cultivator, he was very happy that there was a talent in Shenyuan Weijian, but that was all. Every year, there would be talents in Shenyuan Weijian, so it didn't matter if there was one more. The path of cultivation was long and difficult. Who could say for sure how far one could go? This was just a problem he solved when he returned to the fifth ring. For him, what was more important was his own cultivation. When he left this time, he did not know if he would be able to come back. This was his last few thousand years. It was time to make a decision. The fifth ring was very stable now. He was luckier than his senior brother. The sect did not cause him many obstacles and troubles during his growth, allowing him to focus on his own cultivation. If he floated up, when would he be able to return? The higher his realm, the more he understood the loneliness and the more he understood why his senior brother had made such a decision. If it was him, what would he do? Lu Xiaoyi was completely quiet this time. After he displayed his strength in front of everyone, The biggest benefit was that the number of people who wanted to test their swordsmanship decreased by 99%. The remaining few were still immersed in training. They were all from the inner sword. In the outer sword, all the mountains were small. The battle with the light faction had left a deep impression on him. If it was a life and death battle outside, he might not necessarily win. That was because light insisted on using mid-range flying swords to end the battle. In reality, the swordsman had many other methods. Without the help of the host and enlightened master, even if he could win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. This made him finally understand his true position on the 5th Ring Foundation Establishment leaderboard. To put it bluntly, the 11th place was just right. He really did not have the ability to enter the top 10, but just because he did not have the ability now did not mean that he would not have the ability 10 years later. He had a deeper understanding of himself and was glad that he was walking on the right path. Cultivation was the key. He could not relax. It not only represented his endurance, but also his explosive power. The cultivation of the sword spirit could not be lax. He could kill an ordinary expert with a single strike, but once he reached a certain level, his opponent would be able to defend against his first strike. Then, he would not have many follow-up moves to deal with him. Actually, he still had an advantage over light. He had a lot of room for improvement in many aspects, such as cultivation, sword force, and sword spirit. Light, on the other hand, had none. He had already reached his peak. For example, how much more could his terrifying sword frequency be improved? Unless the sword light split. But that was an ability that only Jin Dan could bear. Now, he could enjoy the benefits of victory. Ji Yu Ming led him and kept nagging. The inner treasury is different from the outer treasury. We can't just take everything we see. We are swordsmen, not beggars. Every sword embryo, every material, has its own range of application, sword attribute, and cultivator realm. So to be honest, with your current realm, it's actually more suitable for you to go to the outer treasury than the inner treasury. Most of the things that are suitable for foundation establishment are in the outer treasury. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. So your promise to let me go to the inner treasury was just an empty promise? You know that I can only look and not use it. Is it more practical than entering the top 4? Ji Yu Ming laughed dryly. The main thing is that it's an honor. You can be considered someone who has been to the inner treasury. In the Dome Peak, there aren't many people who receive this kind of treatment. Even though I'm a Jin Dan, I've only been to the inner treasury twice. There are still restrictions. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. These external swordmasters were all pretty good. Sometimes, they might have their own selfish motives, but when it came to treating their disciples, they were still very dedicated. This was probably why they were chosen to be in such positions. There were more than 1,000 external sword Jindan disciples in Qianqiu Peak, but only a few could be promoted to Yuanying. The rest had to think about their own future. Taking up a position in Chongxiao Peak was a very good choice. Worshipping was secondary. The most important thing was that they had the opportunity to interact with talented disciples. Who knew who would reach where in the end? If one or two of them were successful, they would be able to solve their problems, especially those who had family ties. Connections were also a kind of resource. Chapter 401. Little Yi, don't forget to thank your martial uncle Ji Yu Gang after this. There was some controversy in the sect about you giving birth to a sword spirit. It was your martial uncle Ji Yu Gang who fought for you that you didn't become the subject of the sect's research. Of course, the upper echelons of the sect wouldn't be so short-sighted as to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. But with this intention, you still have to know. Lu Xiaoyi said seriously, it's not just martial uncle Ji Yu Gang, right? I know that the martial uncles of the various halls are all speaking up for me. Ji Yu Gang, Ji Yu Shan, Ji Yu Chuan, and that includes you. I actually also know that the martial uncles of the Soaring Heaven Pavilion just haven't had any contact with me, so they don't know me. That's why they have some ideas. I don't blame them. Don't worry. In fact, if I knew that someone had a unique method, I would also want to know. And I'm afraid that it would be for myself, not for the sect like the martial uncles. Ji Ming's old heart was comforted. Sensible children always made people particularly fond of them. You didn't even need to point them out for them to know what you meant. This was the true appearance of a cultivator. The way they conducted themselves was also a kind of Tao. It was a bit mysterious. Let me tell you a secret. The old Jindan cultivator who guides you is an old miser. He treats the things in the inner treasury as more important than the sky. He's like a country bumpkin, wishing that he could only get in and not get out. He's been in charge of the inner treasury for many years. No one is more familiar with the treasures in the inner treasury than him. When he's nervous, he doesn't show it on other aspects, but the scar on the back of his neck will be especially red and shiny. The more nervous he is, the redder it gets. He's afraid that someone will take away his treasures. This is a problem he got when he was injured in a fight. He can't control it. Whether the things are good or bad, you can use this as a warning. I guarantee that everything you take out will be good. Lu Xiaoyi understood tacitly. This sentence was more practical than the countless sentences before it. Coming to the inner treasury, the usual procedure was to verify his identity, check his qualifications, and explain the quantity. Ji Ming had promised that he could enter the inner treasury, but he didn't say that he could take whatever he wanted. He was also restricted here, unlike in the outer storehouse where he could do whatever he wanted. However, there were too many people who were qualified to go to the outer storehouse. What good things could be left in there? Lu Xiaoyi strolled around the outer storehouse for an entire day, but he only received 2 sword embryos and the corresponding materials. They were not even as good as the top-grade goods sold in the official market. It was very disappointing. Swordsmen did not care much about resources, especially inner swords. However, it was different for outer swords. At the very least, flying swords could not be saved. It was equivalent to a spell cultivator's life-bound ritual implement. Who would be willing to save money on it? Therefore, there was a saying in the cultivation world that a swordsman was a magic cultivator who used a flying sword as a magic weapon. In fact, there was a certain degree of truth in this saying. A sword had a sword spirit, and a magic tool had a magic tool spirit. Strictly speaking, a magic tool of a magic cultivator might not be as sharp as a flying sword, but it was far superior in other aspects. Therefore, having a few flying swords in an external sword was actually the same as having more magic tools refined by a magic cultivator. This was the reason why an external sword was slightly inferior to a spell cultivator from a top-grade sec. This was also the reason why so many high-level cultivators had their eyes on Lu Xiaoyi for him to be able to produce a sword spirit. It was difficult to produce a sword spirit, but it was also not easy to produce a magic tool spirit. This was one of the fundamental reasons that determined the strength of a low-level cultivator. Just based on this point alone, Lu Xiaoyi was actually not that outstanding. He also knew this, so he had been working hard. But what he didn't fully understand was his innate talent for battle. This was even more important than the birth of a sword spirit. Lu Xiaoyi's flying swords were still of decent quality. Other than the first sword, the 4 Seasons, which was slightly inferior, the rest were either from Ji Bei's private collection or from the official market. This was not something that he could save money on. He was also considering using some precious materials to make up for the lack of quality of the sword embryo in the future. This was a matter for the future, but for now, of course, it was more practical to choose a better sword embryo. In the future, there would be less of such trouble. The stingy old man that Ji Ming had mentioned was called Tian Jiao. He looked like a very normal old cultivator, but the Tian generation was 1 generation older than the Ji generation. He was a true Jindan elder, a character who would kick the bucket any day. He carefully examined Lu Xiaoyi, his expression uneasy. Probably everyone who came to the palace treasury was his enemy. This mentality, guarding this place was just right. But he was also loyal to his duty. He would not forget his responsibility because of disgust. He led the way in front. Lu Xiaoyi, who was behind him, intentionally or unintentionally, glanced at the back of his neck. Sure enough, there was a brown scar the size of a copper coin. "What do you want?" Tian Jiao asked woodenly. Lu Xiaoyi replied calmly, "Sword embryo." Every swordsman who entered a place like this would have this as their first choice. It was normal. Unlike a magic cultivator, there were many choices. Magical instruments, talismans, pills, formations, spiritual beasts, and so on. Tian Jiao led him into a stone hall. Here, hundreds of flying swords were placed on individual sword racks. Some were sparkling, some were ancient, some were heavy and restrained, some were sharp on the outside. 100 swords was much less than Lu Xiaoyi had expected. His consciousness was still stuck on the concept of tens of thousands of swords in Boao Tower. However, this was not a wholesale market. This was the palace treasury. Only the best of the best could enter. It could not be compared to the so-called best of the best in the outer treasury and the official market. Tian Jiao looked at the eager young swordsman and smiled coldly. The rules of the palace treasury state that if you want to take a sword, you must first use your spiritual sense to take it. If you can take it, it is yours. If you can't, it is not yours. No matter what reward you receive, it must be placed under the rules of the palace treasury. Do you understand? Lu Xiaoyi felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. He laughed dryly and said, I understand. I will follow the rules. This was to restrict cultivators from taking the most valuable items. The items here ranged from foundation establishment to monarch. Of course, the items that could be used by monarchs were the most valuable. What was the point of a small foundation establishment cultivator taking all these? What if he could not use them? He could only hoard them. This would lose the original meaning of the reward. Therefore, the restriction was actually reasonable. The principle was that you should take what you could use and look at what you could not use. Don't think too much about it. If it was a greedy person, they would try to absorb every single flying sword, and then observe if the quality of the swords that could be absorbed matched their characteristics. Of course, in the end, they would have to take a look at the scar on Tian Gao's neck. However, Lu Xiaoyi was never a greedy person. He never was. He had his own unique understanding of swords. Between the quality of a sword and whether it was easy for a sword to come to life, he obviously valued the latter more. Because only the life of a flying sword could allow the flying sword to be reborn. Only then could he proceed to the next step of transformation. If the quality was good and the materials were precious, but it was not compatible with him, then what was the use? Could it be that he would be like Jiyu Bei and keep it until he died? Up until now, he had already produced 4 sword spirits. Although he still did not completely understand the essence of the sword, he still had his own understanding of some superficial things. For example, the attributes of a flying sword, the materials used, the direction of the technique. He was very clear on what kind of flying sword was most suitable for him. Chapter 402. After looking at all of the 179 flying swords, Heavens was surprised that this little sword cultivator didn't try to absorb them one by one. Instead, he only picked less than 50 of them and tried to absorb them. This was very surprising because among the other 100 flying swords, there were obviously some that could be used by foundation establishment cultivators, but he was not tempted at all. Tian Jiao knew that this little swordsman had great wisdom and was able to restrain his greed. Even some Jindan cultivators could not achieve such a state of mind, but he was able to do it. His future was limitless. This was a trap from the start. With the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator's soul, it was impossible for him to absorb all the flying sword. If he harbored such greed, he would run out of energy before he could even absorb half of the swords. How could he continue? He would not tell this to the little swordsman. He had no obligation to do so. Tian Jiao continued to observe. Out of the 50 flying swords, he could not absorb most of them. He did not use brute force either. If he could not absorb them, he would give up. He also did not pester. This was self-awareness, which was very rare in foundation establishment. Only 6 swords could be absorbed by Lu Xiaoyi. He carefully chose 3 of them. This was the limit. Otherwise, he would not be practicing the sword, but selling it. There was nothing to consider. After practicing the sword for 40 years, he was still hesitating when choosing a sword embryo. Did he learn from a dog? He took the 3 sword embryos. Senior, I've chosen. Shall we go look at the materials? Tian Jiao did not move. He narrowed his eyes. What, you're not going to look at the scar on the back of my neck? Lu Xiaoyi was stunned. He was immersed in the flying swords and had forgotten about it. However, this martial uncle Tian Jiao was very embarrassed. He could only laugh dryly. It was not easy to explain. You're able to stay true to your heart and not be greedy. Very good. You know that I'm stingy and that my weakness is the scar on the back of my neck. Yet, you can choose to ignore it. Very good. Lu Xiaoyi knew that this was because he was staring at the back of Qian Gao's neck when he came in. Although he felt that he was already very careful, under the senses of Jindan cultivators, there was nothing that could be hidden from them. Hey, do you really think you can pick something good like this? I purposely left a hole for them to crawl through. He thought that he had picked something amazing, but it was all trash, and yet he was so proud of it. That Ji Yuming, did he tell you something in a very mysterious manner outside? He thinks I'm stupid. I think he's the one who's really stupid. I, high heavens, can't bear to part with these things. They were all painstakingly piled up with resources. Of course, they should be left to those who are truly worthy of them. What's the point of giving good things to those who want to take advantage of others or play tricks? He snorted again, as if he had a lot of opinions about the atmosphere in the sect. However, he didn't continue to say anything. Instead, he pointed at the 3 flying swords in his hand. Of the 3 you picked, one is the spatial sword, one is the mysterious sword, and one is the flame sword. I won't ask you why you chose them. Do you have the ability to use this kind of power now? Since you can become the Foundation Establishment senior brother of the external sword, you must have your own unique things. Just based on the characteristics of these 3 flying swords, there are actually 2 that are better than the ones you picked. I reckon that you can also absorb them. Are you willing to take a look? Lu Xiaoyi was overjoyed. He thanked Tian Jiao with a serious expression before walking towards the 100 or so flying swords that he had overlooked. The so-called spatial sword was actually made from materials that were mixed with many precious spatial materials. It was beneficial for the use of spatial skills. Of course, it wasn't impossible to use it as a normal flying sword, but it would be a waste of natural resources. In the same way, the mysterious sword was made from materials that could help swordsmen gain some mysterious abilities when refining swords. For example, Lu Xiaoyi wanted to develop the ball of luck in his sea of consciousness. Even if he couldn't do it now, he would definitely be able to do it in the future. He needed to plan ahead and prepare early. At the very least, he needed to go through a period of time where he could cultivate a sword spirit. Only then would he think about how to use the ball of luck. This would save him the trouble of having to cultivate a sword spirit from scratch when things really came to a head. He still didn't understand what a sword spirit was. If he really needed it, what if he couldn't cultivate a sword spirit? As for why he chose a fire attribute sword, the reason was the same as why he chose Hua Yu 10 years ago. He chose Hua Yu because the water attribute was the most common in this cultivation world. He chose this fire attribute sword because it was the best weapon for breaking through dirt, poison, and miasma. As for the 5 elements, this was a hurdle that every cultivator had to cross. The reason why Lu Xiaoyi wasn't interested in it before was because he knew that his understanding of the 5 elements was very limited. It would be better to use strength to achieve results. This was also the cultivation principle of cultivators in the Foundation Establishment stage. In his 6 battles with the inner sword, there wasn't a single inner sword that used an elemental flying sword. Perhaps there was some subtle metal attribute techniques, but there wasn't a single water, fire, wind, thunder, ice, or earth attribute. This was because they hadn't reached the true threshold of using the 5 elements. If they had the time and energy, they might as well use it directly on strength. However, if a cultivator had a long-term plan, the 5 elements would definitely be included in it. Lu Xiaoyi was just one step ahead, learning the most common water and fire attributes first. After all, these 2 attributes were very practical. Tian Jiao was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, eating a chicken. The scar on the back of his neck was probably deliberately exposed for others to see. For a Jindan like him, controlling the blood flow at the scar to make it brighter and redder was simply too easy. Who knew how he did it, revealing this little trap? Even a hall master like Ji Yu Ming had fallen for the evil trick and believed it without a doubt. Those who could endure until Jindan were indeed not easy to deal with. Each and every one of them was a cunning old fox. Tian Jiao walked in front of a sword rack, indicating for him to use his divine sense to grab it. This person placed great importance on rules. If Lu Xiaoyi couldn't grab it, then he definitely wouldn't give it to him. Tian Gao's judgment was not bad. Lu Xiaoyi easily grabbed the flying sword. Seeing Tian Jiao standing to the side without saying anything, he knew that this was testing his eyesight and knowledge. Thus, he carefully used his divine sense to examine it, unlike at the beginning when he was just glancing around. The first feeling this flying sword gave off was that it was somewhat ghostly, which was why Lu Xiaoyi gave up on it the first time he scanned it. However, when he focused all his attention on it, he discovered that under the ghostly aura on the surface, there was a very special flame attribute that overflowed from within. This is the Yin Fire Sword. Tian Jiao nodded his head in satisfaction. Dafa's direction is correct, but it's not Yin Fire. Heaven and earth have strange flames, Nirvana divine flame, true sun fire. Forget it, I can't tell you these. These are all things you can only come into contact with after yuaniing. There's no need to talk about the effects of these divine flames, they can burn all the ghosts in the world. For Foundation establishment, the types of flames that can be used are very limited. They are very low level, even the normal 3 true fire cannot be used. Most of them are mortal flames, their effect in breaking ghosts is very limited. The flying sword you chose can only emit mortal flames in the end. There are a lot of techniques in the bow tower, but there's nothing new about it, it's of little value. However, the material of this flying sword is very special. Together with the bow tower's phantom sword technique, it can emit a very high quality yin fire among the low-level flames, phantom ghost fire. No matter if it's killing people or breaking ghosts, it's much better than mortal flames. I'm guessing that you chose the fire sword to break the barrier. Then this thing is much more meaningful than the one you chose. Of course, it's also much more precious. Chapter 403. P.S. Thank you for your hard work. Actually, I don't know what the map looks like either. Lu Xiaoyi accepted Sky's good intentions and listened to his advice. Jindan's foresight was not something he could compare to. Even if he was very confident in his own sword technique system, it was impossible for a sword technique system to exist out of thin air. It had to be built upon many foundations, and this was the strength of Jindan. Breaking through barriers did not necessarily require the use of the so-called godly flames, heavenly flames, true flames, or sacred flames. This was a misunderstanding. Actually, some heterodox flames were quite effective in breaking through barriers, especially in the middle and lower stages of a cultivator. They were still unable to grasp those high and mighty flames. The phantom will-o'-the-wisp was such a thing. It was a very high-grade flame among the low-grade flames. One could not look down on it just because of its name. Just like those high and mighty flames, it was also from the orthodox Taoism. It was not something that some sneaky orthodoxy would secretly create in their tombs. The second flying sword was still easily taken out. It seemed like Sky was very familiar with the realm of the flying swords here. He was also very clear about the mental strength of this little swordsman in front of him. Lu Xiaoyi pondered over it carefully, but did not discover anything. This flying sword did not seem to have any special features on the surface. After careful examination, there was nothing special about it. Perhaps Lu Xiaoyi's knowledge was limited. His knowledge of materials and tombs was indeed lacking. He was well aware of this. There was only one point. The flying sword's material was very special. It was layered, and the internal structure was complex. It seemed to have its own mysteries. It felt like a beehive, but it was not completely so. It was not as orderly as a beehive. Knowing that he would not be able to recognize it, Sky smiled. This is the space epoch stacking stone. Although it looks ordinary, It is a true top-grade material. There is only one of it in the inner treasury. There is no other. Many cultivators who entered the inner treasury were tempted by it. I used the scar on the back of my neck to trick them. There are many types of space swords: positive space, negative space, alternate space, subspace, and so on. Even if I tell you now, you won't understand. To be honest, even I don't understand it. Only when you reach the level of a monarch can you have a deep understanding of the true power of space. However, this doesn't prevent us from using it. Even if we don't understand the root of it, it's still good to be able to use it. The material of this flying sword was the rare folded space. In the bow tower, there was only one sword technique that corresponded to it, the stacked paper slash. No one cultivated this sword art because it had very high requirements for flying sword. How could there be a finished product on the market? In comparison, folding space was faster and stealthier, and the spatial fluctuations were smaller. It was a true sneak attack. If a sword spirit is born, hey. Lu Xiaoyi bowed deeply. Thank you for your help, martial uncle. I have nothing to repay you with. Tian Jiao interrupted him. What do I need from you? I'm not giving you this because I want to repay you. It's because you've brought hope to the external sword sect. You have the temperament. This is one of the reasons. You are most likely to give birth to a sword spirit, and this is the second reason. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, you allowed the external sword lineage to turn the tables. This is the third reason. Good things should be given to the right people. That's my philosophy. I'm also an external sword, and I'm also disappointed by the state of the external sword. Since you've given me hope, I won't hesitate to make you even stronger. If it was someone else, I would have given him a single strand of hair. Lu Xiaoyi was deeply moved. Speaking of which, he had entered the Shenyuan External Sword School for 40 years, and had come in contact with many of the External Sword School's martial uncles, Jin Dan. From the beginning, he had felt that the External Sword School's elders were too selfish, and there were some who were inexplicably against him. However, as he slowly came in contact with them, he realized that these martial uncles were actually very good people. Jiyu Gang, Jiyu Shan, Jiyu Chuan, Jiyu Ming, Tian Jiao, and even the strict and old-fashioned Jiyu Dong of the Soaring Heaven Pavilion. He began to slowly accept his identity as an external swordsman. The reason he fought for first place in the internal and external swordsmanship battle was also because of this change in feelings, and not just because of some reward. No one would be dead set on joining a sect the moment they entered, especially a foundation establishment cultivator who already had a completely independent personality and worldview. This required a process. A good sect, a strong inheritance, and a long history of orthodoxy could achieve all of this. Shenyuan Sword School was such a place. Lu Xiaoyi really liked the sword of sneak attack. In his personal philosophy, he felt no guilt towards sneak attacks. Therefore, his third sword spirit was hidden fragrance. It would wander around the periphery of the battlefield, looking for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. However, in later battles, he realized that hidden fragrance's usefulness was not that great. In other words, it was far from being able to catch the opponent off guard as described in swordsmanship. In battle, every cultivator's divine sense was in a state of high alert. The closer it was to them, the tighter their defenses. Basically, within 200 feet, even a needle would not be able to escape a cultivator's perception. Therefore, the meaning of hidden fragrance's existence was greatly reduced. It was very difficult for it to be used perfectly in a formal battle. Only then did he think of refining a true sword of sneak attack for himself. And the best sword of sneak attack was nothing other than space. Now that he had already chosen 3 flying swords, he suddenly realized a problem. He only had the flying swords, but he did not have the time to go to the bow tower to look for swordsmanship. Therefore, he was completely clueless as to what materials were used to inscribe the sword array. If he went to the bow tower to look for swordsmanship, when he returned, would he still be allowed to enter the inner treasury? Tian Jiao clearly understood his misgivings. He was used to this kind of situation. In fact, this was also an unspoken way that the inner treasury restricted cultivators from taking too many things. Unless you knew what sword was suitable for you before entering the inner treasury, and were familiar with the swordsmanship beforehand and knew what materials would be used. Let's go, I'll take you to the material storage. The sect only allows you to enter the inner treasury once, so you can only enter once. This is the rule. But this rule is unfair to you. They should not be so stingy towards someone who has contributed greatly to the outer sword. I don't know much about that mysterious sword of yours, but I know very well the materials needed to inscribe the other 2 flying swords. I'll give you a list, and you can take them yourself. Take note, because of the limited quantity, don't take the common materials that are available outside. Only take the key materials that are not available outside. Under Tian Gao's guidance, Lu Xiaoyi successfully obtained the materials he needed the most. Tian Jiao also gave him the highest quantity limit. Lu Xiaoyi thanked him again. He did not know what to say. When it came to thanking others, his sharp tongue had become very clumsy. Tian Jiao, however, was very natural. He waved his hand. Every elder of the outer sword would do this. This is the tradition of our outer sword, including that fool Ji Yu Ming. Also, do you know what to say when you see him? Lu Xiaoyi held back his laughter and nodded. When he left the inner treasury, Tian Jiao left with a huff. Ji Yu Ming came up to him. How was it? Did you choose to your liking? Is Tian Gao's neck accurate? Lu Xiaoyi said with a straight face, Master's words are too accurate. Every time when it comes to precious objects, the scar on the back of Master's neck would be especially bright red. Based on this, I chose rare items. Didn't you see that Master's Tian Jiao was very unhappy just now? Ji Yu Ming laughed happily. That's right, it hurts that old bastard. Chapter 404. P.S. What's wrong with little Zhixian today? You're trying to kill me. Lu Xiaoyi returned with a full harvest. He hadn't cultivated a new sword spirit for 10 years, so he hoped he could gain something in the remaining 10 years. He didn't ask for much, just one. Big Dipper, Transforming Rain, Phantom Travel, Origami, and Mystic. He had already cultivated the first 2 for 10 years, and he could start working on the last 2 immediately. As for how Mystic was related to chasing luck in his mind, that would depend on his luck. He went to see a few elders, and he had to pay a visit to the halls of Soaring Sky Pavilion to explain his recent situation. He went to the Ascension Hall, the Inscription Hall, the Dark Hall, and even to Ji Yu Dong of Soaring Sky Pavilion. He was no longer an ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivator, but the eldest senior brother of 20,000 Outer Sword Foundation Establishment cultivators. Now that his status was different, he had the right to visit the eldest senior brother. At certain times, when the eldest senior brother was powerful, even the various halls had to cooperate with him. His current situation showed signs of developing in this direction, because he was not only the eldest senior brother of the external swords, but also the eldest senior brother of the external swords in Shenyuan, although the external swords didn't admit it. This kind of disciple had a boundless future. Once he could form a Jindan, his fighting power would reach a level that other external swords couldn't compare to. If he could form a nascent soul, he would certainly lead Soaring Sky Pavilion. If he reached the level of a monarch, it was hard to say. Such a person, whether for public or private reasons, it was necessary to establish good karma with him. Ji Yu Dong led him to the highest point on the 13th floor of Soaring Sky Pavilion. In principle, even Jindan couldn't come to this place, but now the monarch of Soaring Sky Pavilion wasn't here, and the rules weren't as strict as when it was first built. At the foot of Thousand Virtues Peak, snow and wind were blowing, and heaven and earth were boundless. The magnificent and vast view made people's eyes clear, and their hearts open a lot. Do you hold a grudge against me for asking the school to thoroughly investigate the origin of your sword spirit? Ji Yu Dong asked directly. Lu Xiaoyi said indifferently, I'm not holding a grudge. Your insistence on such a meaningless investigation may delay everyone's time. In the end, nothing will be accomplished. You won't be able to obtain the sword spirit, and you won't be able to do anything. Why bother? Ji Yu Dong was still insistent. You may be right, but as long as we persist, we will definitely find a way to change reality. Even if we fail thousands of times, as long as we succeed once. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Are you sure that external swords will have many opportunities like this? The only result of your actions is that more and more people with their own secrets and special abilities will leave Shenyuan because they don't want to be treated as lab rat. There would never be any outstanding talents in external swordplay because every talent would be sliced into pieces. Only the most ordinary of cultivators could survive here and become the most ordinary of golden core cultivators, the most common of nascent soul cultivators, and the most insignificant of true monarch. Year after year, you will repeat the sorrow of the past. You will hate the unfairness of the heavens, hate the lack of luck, hate the lack of fate, but you don't know that it is you who have destroyed your own hope. Does an orthodoxy that doesn't tolerate heresy, doesn't encourage innovation, and doesn't support change have a future? The inner swords are right. Without them, with your way of thinking, external swords would have gone extinct long ago. Lu Xiaoyi said bluntly. No one would be willing to be sliced into pieces for research. What kind of spirit, what kind of body it was, what kind of growth experience it had, and what kind of martial arts system it had. Therefore, although he didn't hate seniors like Ji Yudong, he still had to come over and express his views. Some things couldn't be avoided, and now he had the right to speak. Ji Yudong wasn't angry, even if this disciple was rude. Are you sure you are such a heresy? Lu Xiaoyi shrugged. I'm not sure. But if everyone is given the freedom to develop, there will definitely be heresy, and they won't be scared away by you. Thank the heavens, there aren't many people who think like you in the external swords. But if there comes a day when people like you become the mainstream. Ji Yudong frowned. You're here to express your dissatisfaction. Lu Xiaoyi didn't shy away. Yes, in the swordsman's way. If I were a spell cultivator, I would only remember it in my heart. Both of them were stubborn. One insisted on not apologizing, while the other insisted on speaking the truth. In the end, they could only part on bad terms. Seeing this young swordsman swagger out of the sword chi rushing heaven pavilion, Ji Yudong was speechless. After a while, a few Jindan appeared beside him, and one of them was dissatisfied. How arrogant! Ji Yudong sighed. No, he's here to tell us that he already knows the opinions of the upper echelons of the sect, and to remind us not to have any ideas in this area. Xuanyuan's management was actually very open-minded in certain aspects. For example, the lower echelons had the right to act independently in certain areas. Although the upper echelons had already reached a consensus on how to deal with Lu Xiaoyi, there was no need to make it official. Hence, there was still a lot of room for manipulation. Lu Xiaoyi's visit was actually to say that he already knew about the yuanning of the true monarch. Hence, if there were any movements in this area in the future, he had the right to refuse. He's grown up. I hope he can continue to be so. Lu Xiaoyi had arranged his cultivation perfectly this time. It was perfect because no one would disturb him. He already had the right to not be disturbed. Although this right could only last for 10 years. Everyone in the dome peak knew that eldest senior brother was in seclusion. It was also the reason why many people wanted to train themselves. If someone as strong as eldest senior brother was working hard, what right did they have to slack off? Of course, the inner swordsmen did not think this way. They were constantly thinking about how to challenge him. They felt that this was a kind of shameless behavior. Using seclusion to prolong the time the outer swordsman took to ride on the inner swordsman's heads was actually just a small trick to avoid challenges. After Lu Xiaoyi's glory, he began to slowly fade into the legends of the dome. Every day, countless things would happen. Every person would have a problem that you couldn't help but care about. Every mission would have innumerable troubles. After all, he was only in the foundation establishment stage. Not to mention the outer swordsman, even Shen Yuan, the eldest senior brother of the entire 5 rings, was only in the foundation establishment stage. It was not like he could become an immortal. During this time, the 5 rings foundation establishment leaderboard was updated several times. However, Candid Hore's ranking remained stable at 11th. It had never moved. This was the rule of the leaderboard. If one wanted to enter the top 10, they had to fight to the death with at least one of the top 10. They could not fight in the sect under the protection of their elders. This was the rule of the 5 rings. Experts in internal battles could not replace experts in external battles. If the swordsmen wanted to prove themselves, their whetstones could only be cultivators who did not have the sword vein. Chapter 405. The first day Lu Xiaoyi came out of seclusion was not his own initiative. With his character, it would be best for him to stay in seclusion for a few more days. If no one came to find him, he planned to continue like this. But there were people who remembered. Lu Xiaoyi helplessly looked at the 2 cultivators outside the abode. One was Guang Ming, and the other he did not recognize. It was understandable that they wanted to take revenge for the defeat 10 years ago, but the timing was too accurate. They really did not give him a single extra day. It seemed that this inner sword elite had not thought of anything else for the past 10 years. He had been counting the time with his fingers. Guang Ming bowed from afar. "My apologies. My flying sword is unbearable, like a fishbone stuck in my throat. I hope you can forgive me for disturbing senior apprentice brother's cultivation. This is my martial uncle Guang Yarrow, who will bear witness for us. Does senior apprentice brother need to prepare? Guang Ming will be waiting here." Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Of course he had heard of Guang Yarrow's name. 10 years ago, he was ranked 2nd in the Foundation Establishment ranking. Now he was ranked in the Jindan ranking. Thinking about it, it was only a matter of time before he rose to the top of the Jindan ranking. He was the true backbone of the inner sword's younger generation. Although he looked very ordinary, there was a sense of extraordinariness in his ordinariness. Thus, he returned the greeting. "I'll trouble martial uncle to bear witness. There's no need to prepare, I can do it now." He did not request for the outer sword Jindan to be present. Shenyuan swordsmen rarely did such underhanded activities, especially the inner sword, especially above the dome. If the 2 of them were in danger at the same time, Guang Yarrow would definitely save him first, and not Guang Ming. This was respect for the sword. Otherwise, it would not be clear and cause a huge conflict between the inner and outer sword. There were some things that needed to be resolved, and not endlessly deal with these inner swords who were not convinced. The 2 of them faced each other in the air above the ice river. Guang Ming's battle was still very Guang Ming. He knew that Lu Xiaoyi had the advantage of being the first to attack, so he still stood 1,000 feet away, but did not approach to take advantage of him. The 2 of them stared at each other for several breaths of time before suddenly moving at the same time. Lu Xiaoyi moved towards Light's left side under the guidance of the starlight, while Light advanced towards him from the opposite side. This was the standard swordsman's style of fighting. It was to seek an instant of collision between flying swords, and then decide on a battle strategy based on the specific circumstances of the collision. Lu Xiaoyi did not hold back. Only by defeating Guang Ming quickly and cleanly would he be able to obtain a period of peace and quiet for himself. The 4 seasons had already shot out 7,000 feet away, which had already exceeded the maximum distance he could control with his divine sense. However, if he took into account his forward momentum, he would be able to reach it when the 2 sides were close. Next was Ju Cheng, and then Hidden Fragrance. They already knew each other's details, so what was the point of hiding? Light's expression did not change, but the surprise in his heart still made him very careful. 10 years ago, this external sword's range was still 500 feet, but now it had increased to 700 feet. His original shooting range was around 4,000 feet. After 10 years of hard work and receiving guidance from martial uncle Guang Yarrow, he could only barely raise it to 4,500 feet. However, he was not discouraged. The ability of a physical sword, including its shooting range and power, was originally above the virtual sword of an internal sword. This was a fact that could not be changed. Each had their own strengths. If the internal sword was not only fast, but also far and heavy, then there was really no need for the external sword to exist. Since it was certain that his opponent would attack first, then he would test the power of his opponent's 3 swords at once. This would provide a basis for his future battle strategy. He did not wait for the opponent's flying swords to come closer before defending. Instead, he began to intercept them at his maximum shooting range. More than 4,000 feet away, The swarm of flying swords and the four seasons began to collide for the first time. This was a collision between virtual and real, a collision between more and less, a collision between the sheep-horn force, the blood battle force, the stars force, and the sheep-horn force. More than 20 collisions in a breath made the four seasons seem to have turned into a flaming sword. This was not its own fire attribute, but the sparks formed by the sharp weapons scraping against each other, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of metal. How long would it take for a flying sword to fly 6,000 feet? For the four seasons, 6 breaths was enough. But what Light could not accept was that he had used more than 3 breaths of time and more than 60 swords to slow down the four seasons attack. Following that, the four seasons attack would enter the next weak attack after accumulating power. This situation was completely out of Light's expectations. Although there were all kinds of reasons, such as the power of his flying swords from a long distance was definitely not strong, the blood battle force could not be used, etc., but in his judgment, he could not block more than 20 or 30 swords, and this was still taking into account the increase in strength of his opponent in the past 10 years. But he could not accept that it took him more than 60 swords to block it, and also put him in a predicament the moment the battle began. There were still 2 flying swords with spirit. But he had less than 3 breaths of time left. The 3 flying swords walked the same path of the sword. It was the most basic of the external swords that continuously penetrated one point. There were no fancy moves, it was just a test of whether you could block it or not. Because the distance was close, Light's blood battle force was fully displayed, but Lu Xiaoyi's second sword was also the heaviest of all his flying sword. In order to block it, Light had to use another 50 swords, more than 2 breaths of time. In the end, there was less than half a breath of time left for Hidden Fragrance to block it. Even if Hidden Fragrance's penetrative power was the weakest of all of Lu Xiaoyi's flying swords, but that was only a limited weakness, and not an essential difference. Light wanted to cry. All the preparations he had made in the past 10 years had been ruthlessly crushed in the first exchange. He had improved, but his opponent had improved even more. In the past 10 years, he had not practiced a new sword art. If he could not defeat his opponent with 100 years of sword art, what new skill could he learn in 10 years? He had put his focus on the range and sword frequency. After 10 years of hard work, under Glorious Light's guidance, the range had increased by several dozen zhong, and he had also learned Glorious Light's unique skill, controlling the sword frequency to increase and decrease. He believed that the changes in his sword frequency could destroy his opponent's defense in one fell swoop. If he had learned this move last time, he would not have lost. But what he had not expected was that his opponent would not give him a chance to attack. What did it matter if you burst or not in defense? The total amount would not change. In half a breath's time, he could not block the flying swords for several dozen zhong, even if it was the weakest Hidden Fragrance. Moreover, his opponent's first flying sword had already turned back. Even if it was only a 2-part weak sword, it was still a threat that needed to be dealt with. Light did not give up his final struggle, trying to use his flying swords and escape techniques to achieve his goal. Unfortunately, at such a close distance, how could a cultivator's escape technique be faster than a flying sword? He still had a method, which was to use Shadow Sword to teleport out. But this was like drinking poison to quench thirst. He could teleport out, but his opponent's flying sword would definitely follow. His teleportation gave him a short moment, but it also gave his opponent's flying sword a 2-part weak sword. When he appeared again, he would face the next wave of powerful attacks. It was an endless cycle. Chapter 406. The battle was over. Light illumination stopped the battle without hesitation. Sorry for the disturbance. I know you don't like challenges. From today onwards, there won't be another swordsman in the inner sword until I think he has the strength. Light illumination gave him a deep look. Good sword. Even when I was in Foundation establishment, I might not have been able to block you. In Shenyuan, the inner and outer swords counter each other. The inner sword's sword frequency is unbreakable to the outer sword. However, this is under the premise that the outer sword can't succeed in one strike. Like you, who trained the outer sword's heavy strikes to the extreme, The inner sword is also unbreakable. I hope you can continue to maintain this advantage, not only in Foundation establishment, but also in Jindan. When the time comes, I'll be looking forward to testing your heavy sword. Light Illumination wasn't disappointed by the inner swordsman's failure at all. Instead, he was full of admiration. At the same time, I want to tell you, you're not only the outer sword senior brother, you're also the inner sword senior brother. When you go out and meet inner sword disciples, as long as it doesn't conflict with the sect's mission, you have the right to control them. Congratulations, you've done something that no one in Shenyuan has ever done in tens of thousands of years. Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. Actually, I also didn't want to be the outer sword senior brother. Alright, I know it's a bit pretentious to say this now. Actually, senior brother Light was just a bit careless. In close range, it's not certain who would win. Light Illumination laughed loudly. You don't have to give him face. He can't do long range, but he can't do the same in mid-range. He can't outrun you in terms of escape techniques. Furthermore, Light Illumination's gaze was like a knife, sweeping across his hand. Look at the unusually large acupoints on your hand. There are calluses growing between your thumb and index finger. For a cultivator who can control his own body, how many times does he have to swing his sword every day to grow a callus? He won't have a chance, even in close range. Seeing the outer sword leave, Light Illumination was a bit disheartened. However, he didn't complain. He wasn't strong enough, so there was nothing to say. Junior brother, are you still not convinced? Light Illumination laughed. He called him junior brother because they were close. The two of them had been guarding Xuanyuan's glory on the rankings for the past 10 years. Guangming thought for a moment. Senior brother, I admit that I'm not his opponent in long range. At most, I'll be able to attack and defend from mid-range. If I can't catch up to him, my chances of winning won't be high. But you think so highly of him even though he's holding a sword at such a close distance. Isn't that too? Take it for granted. Guang Yarrow shook his head. When a swordsman wields a sword, it's not all about cultivation. All the inner swords and most of the outer swords. Who didn't wield their swords more than 10,000 times a day? He rarely slacked off. This was not a competition of skills, but of insight and judgment. It was the seizing of a fleeting opportunity. It was the courage to fight for the front line. This was a kind of talent. It was something that was born with, and it wasn't something that could be made up for by swinging the sword 10,000 times a day. This cigarette but was such a person. You carefully recall the choices he made during the inner and outer sword battles. He never made a mistake. Every choice he made was simple, direct, and straight to the core. He wasn't crippled. If you hold a sword with such a person, I won't be able to save you in an instant. You might be as fast as him, but you're definitely not as ruthless as him. He didn't know how to seize the opportunity. This isn't an exaggeration, but it's proven in these battles. Guang Yarrow was silent. He knew that his senior brother's words were very reasonable. During the 6 battles with the outer sword, other than the one against him, all of them were one-hit kills. This wasn't luck, but some kind of inherent certainty. Different opponents had different methods. To be able to find the right method every time was a skill that couldn't be learned. For example, in today's battle, he used the simplest of the outer sword battle system, multiple flying swords and continuous penetration of the same sword path. This was the most basic thing, an introductory lesson for every outer sword. Was it because he didn't know the other battle combinations? How was that possible? He still did it because he thought that it would be a success. In fact, he had indeed done it. Too many people would slowly find a suitable way to break through while probing. This would cause them to lose time, lose suddenness, and cause their explosive power to be exhausted. This was especially important when wielding a sword. If the opponent found a breakthrough before you, it meant that you had failed. Seeing that there was a trace of disappointment in Guang Yarrow's disappointment, Guang Yarrow understood his feelings. This junior brother of his had been under a lot of pressure ever since he advanced to Jindan. It was his first time shouldering the responsibility of Shenyuan swordsman on the 5-ring leaderboard alone. In the past, Guang Yarrow was in front of him, so he didn't have to worry about anything. Now, He had to shoulder the responsibility of Shenyuan and the inner sword. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, he would ruin the glory of the inner sword. Even though he never said it out loud, he cared about it in his heart. He didn't expect that the danger didn't come from the outside world, but from the inner sword. It was too unexpected. This kind of thing had to be handled properly. If he didn't grasp the propriety, the more radical one would lose his life, and the more cowardly one would lose his sword heart. But no matter what, his junior brother's current mental state wasn't suitable to be the leader of Xuanyuan's foundation building. He had too many worries and had a lot on his mind. Unlike that indifferent cigarette, but just now, he could see that this person didn't care about the leaderboard at all. This was a great spirit, even though it was a little lazy and indifferent. But in order not to destroy Guang Yarou, he still decided to tell him some news to calm him down. After 100 years of cultivation together, they were closer than real brothers. Guang Yarou wasn't suitable to shoulder the burden now. This was because of his strength, and also because of fate. Perhaps if he was given more time, he would be able to do it, but now, there was no chance. Guang Yarou could see clearly that Guang Yarou's strength was already at his peak. If he went any further, his improvement would be limited. What he should be most concerned about now was how to advance to Jindan, and not summon the wind and rain on the leaderboard. And that cigarette butt was in a state of rapid improvement. The longer this dragged on, the bigger the gap between them would be. This might not be Guang Yarou's misfortune. Misfortune was a blessing in disguise, and a blessing in disguise. Without this cigarette butt, he would definitely waste a lot of energy on the leaderboard and delay his real journey to the upper realm. But now, he had a chance to pull his feet out of the quagmire. The key was to give him a reason to give up. He just happened to have one now. Cigarette butt's strength lies in his sword spirit. This is the common view of everyone, but from what I see, what's more terrifying about him is his battle awareness. This is what most people overlook. Do you know the reason for this? Guang Yarou didn't understand. What other reason could there be? Talent. Whether it was sword spirit or battle awareness, they couldn't be trained through hard work. A few days ago, I was fortunate enough to attend a private gathering of an internal sword true lord. When the gathering was over, the true lord specially asked me to take care of this external sword senior brother. Don't you think it's strange? The internal sword true lord asked his own internal sword disciple to take care of an external sword. Guang Yarou also found it strange. Senior brother, what's the reason? I definitely won't divulge the true lord's words, but I'm actually hesitant now. I hope senior brother can teach me. Chapter 407. Dazzling Light said seriously, 10 years ago, our sect's Lu Zhu returned to the mountain. At that time, we didn't know about it. It was only after Lu Zhu left that we slowly found out from other channels. At that time, during the spiritual assembly on Crow Peak, there was a true monarch who questioned the ability of this cigarette but to give birth to a sword spirit. He requested Lu Zhu to help and see if this ability could benefit the entire external sword sec. After Lu Zhu examined it, he rejected this suggestion. Not only because our Shenyuan has always abided by the rights of cultivators, but also because this cigarette but is actually a reincarnated person. And it's very possible that he's the reincarnated soul of one of the great cultivators in our inner sword. Light was stunned, but he was also quick-witted. He immediately connected this statement with some news he had heard before. I understand now. No wonder when Guangfeng was catching the sword pills all avoided him. It's the sword pills' nature to be fearless, unless they feel that this sword pill is more ferocious than them. Then this person had no choice but to go to the external sword. Relying on his previous life's inexplicable ability to easily cultivate a sword spirit, he even has the battle instincts of a swordsman from his previous life. It seems like he's a great swordsman, but senior brother, there are also reincarnated souls in our Shenyuan. Why can't others do it, but he can? Dazzling Light couldn't answer this question, because this was also his question. What he didn't know was that because the reincarnation of a sword spirit was too bizarre, the true monarchs were afraid that it would cause uncontrollable harm to Lu Xiaoyi, so they changed the story and said that the senior was the reincarnation of a swordsman. To the Jindan below, there had to be an explanation, but it wasn't easy to tell the truth, so they changed the story. There's always a chance. Maybe, this senior's obsession with the sword is incomparably strong, maybe. So junior brother, you don't have to be so concerned, because the one above you is still a soul in the inner sword. Maybe when he reaches Yuanying and becomes a true monarch, he'll remember the past. Isn't he still a member of our inner sword? I'm just afraid that you won't be able to persevere until that day, and you won't be able to see which senior is suppressing you. Light was relieved, I knew it. When we fight, we're suppressed everywhere. No matter what we're thinking, we'll be seen through. Was this his subconscious instinct? Senior brother, I understand what you mean. I will cooperate with eldest senior brother. In addition, to me, the most important thing now is to break through to the next realm, not to struggle on the rankings. With eldest senior brother around, it's not my turn to do anything. Radiant nodded in satisfaction. He finally understood. For inner swordsmen like them, the responsibility on their shoulders was very heavy. Generations after generations of seniors had passed down their glory, but when it came to him, it was broken. The more prideful one was, the harder it was to let go. This was the reason why he enlightened Radiant. Lu Xiaoyi wandered around outside, but he had nothing to do. In fact, if he really had a sense of responsibility, he would go to the Rising Sky Pavilion, or even find his second senior brother and the others. There were many things waiting for him. However, his philosophy was that the world of cultivation would still revolve if anyone was missing. Without him, would the sky collapse? Would Xuanyuan's life be over? If he didn't do it, someone else would. If you got involved, there would be countless troubles waiting for you. If you stayed away, someone else would take care of these troubles. Why bother getting involved? Therefore, he circled around and returned to his cave residence. When he came in, he saw more than 10 sword talismans outside the formation of his cave residence. There were talismans from the Thunder Pavilion of Wangguang Peak, talismans from the Rising Sky Pavilion of Thousand Elegance Peak, talismans from the Rising Sky Pavilion of the Rising Sky Pavilion, talismans from the Rising Sky Pavilion of the Rising Sky Pavilion, and talismans from his second senior brother and the others. What the hell? Can't I live? According to the rules, he should first go to the Sword Chi Pavilion, then the Thunder Pavilion. After all, his position in Shenyuan was unique. After that, he should go to the various palaces. As for his second senior brother and the others, they were just here to cause trouble. They had survived for 10 years. How could they not survive when he came out? However, he wasn't a person who followed the rules. He always wanted to ask for some gossip. Knowing that he couldn't escape, he wanted to see if there were really many tasks. Would he be able to get something cheap? Something easy? Laziness had already seeped into his bones and blood. As for who to look for, of course, it was Jiyu Gang of the Ascension Hall. Because he spoke up for justice at the Soaring Heaven Pavilion, the true monarch thought highly of his strength of character and knowledge. The old hall master Jiyu, he was a little unreliable. Therefore, he had already become the boss of the Ascension Hall. He was now a person with some status among the foundation building cultivators. Therefore, he had the right to see the hall masters of the various palaces. He didn't need to wait in line. He was like a class monitor or a class representative under a homeroom teacher. Jiyu Gang was in the middle of dealing with all sorts of trivial matters that he had to deal with every day. Even though he was full of energy and extremely patient, there was still some irritation in his heart. Then, he saw a head poking out from the side of the hall, winking there. He could only speed up and send away the disciple in front of him. He turned his head and shouted, "You're the eldest senior brother. Can you be a little more dignified? Show some poise. How can you be a role model for the 20,000 foundation building cultivators? A role model for the young disciples?" Lu Xiaoyi didn't care. He slumped in front of Jiyu Gang. "Martial uncle, my eldest senior brother was pushed up by others. It wasn't my wish. Why don't you find a reason to remove me?" Jiyu Gang didn't know what to do with his mischievous behavior. Most importantly, He knew that this kid really didn't care. He couldn't force him. Why are you looking for me? Can't you see that I'm busy here? I don't have time to chat with you. Lu Xiaoyi was a little speechless. Martial uncle, you're the one looking for me, not the one looking for you. Do you really think I'm willing to come to your place? This is not the Ascension Hall. It should be called the Troublesome Hall. It's better not to come here so easily. Ji Gang was busy. Secondly, he was confused by his anger. There's a mission that requires you to participate. It's a group mission. You'll lead the team. You can decide on the manpower yourself. It's like this. Lu Xiaoyi interrupted. Wait. Martial uncle, I still have missions in Mingchuan Hall, Dark Hall, Rising Heaven Pavilion, and even Thunder Hall has taken a fancy to me. Therefore, I really might not be able to participate in your mission. How about this? You wait for a moment, and I'll go to those places first. Don't worry, based on our relationship, if I really have to choose a mission, I'll definitely choose our Ascension Hall first. Who asked the disciples here to be so close to me? Ji Gang laughed in anger. Oh? You, Lu Xiaoyi, are really in high demand now. Are you going to say that you have a mission elsewhere when you're here? Go to another place and say that I have a mission here. Say that you have a mission in Thunder Hall at Rising Heaven Pavilion. Go to Thunder Hall and then push Rising Heaven Pavilion for a mission. It's best if these missions end up in someone else's hands, so you can be free. At the very least, you can choose the simplest mission. For example, go down the mountain and carry 2 loads of water. Lu Xiaoyi's thoughts were exposed. He was thick-skinned and didn't feel embarrassed in the slightest. Martial uncle's discerning eyes are like torches, boundless and able to see through everything. You hit the nail on the head. Didn't disciple just come here to ask around? How come it's only been 10 years and all these trivial matters have come knocking on my door? You're bullying me for being honest. Chapter 408. Ji Gang understood what he meant and laughed. You've come to the right place. I know the reason why they're looking for you. Do you want to hear it? Lu Xiaoyi immediately sprang up from his slumped position. He quickly took out a cigarette from his ring, handed it over, and lit it up. His movements were extremely familiar. This was a subconscious action. Although he had never done it before and didn't like to smoke, it didn't mean he didn't understand it. It was as if he had done it countless times in his previous life. Ji Gang was a bit unnatural. This kind of common way made him feel uncomfortable. He couldn't understand what kind of cultivation environment could raise such a contradictory person. His position in Shenyuan was far lower than Guang Yaro's, so he had never heard of Lu Xiaoyi's secret. In essence, he was just an old Jin Dan who served the sect. His strength was limited and his potential was dim. He didn't have the qualifications to receive the favor of the upper echelons. He took a puff. This son of a bitch, he didn't even pay attention to the offerings. The cigarette was a bit dry. He didn't know how long it had been there. In the 5th ring, everyone knows about Wolf Ridge. It's the most majestic mountain range in the 5th ring, but there's also a river. In terms of geography, it has the same status as Wolf Ridge. It's called Secret Water. In terms of the entire continent's topography, Secret Water and Wolf Ridge cross each other vertically. Wolf Ridge's mountain couldn't stop Secret Water's water. After being washed by the river for a long time, it was cut off at the intersection. In this intersection, there's a mysterious race. They're not natives of the 5th ring. They came even later than our ancestors, but they still firmly hold a place in the 5th ring. In the center of Secret Water, there's an island. On the island, there's a palace called Peacock Palace. Their master isn't a human, but a quasi-holy beast of the peacock race. They have a unique status in the 5th ring's cultivation world. Your mission is related to this Peacock Palace. Lu Xiaoyi didn't care about the mission. He was more interested in other strange things. Martial uncle, I don't see much description of Secret Water in the sect's records. There's also very little mention of this Peacock Palace. Then, what's the reason why a non-human race can survive in the territory conquered by humans? I don't believe that the major sects of the 5th ring mountain range are so compassionate. Since I'm going to Peacock Palace for a mission, Shouldn't I be given a basic understanding of the situation? We can also decide our attitude and strategy for this trip. Gu Gang smiled. That's exactly what I wanted to tell you. The peacock race is the only race of beasts in the fifth ring that can live openly. They came from 10,000 years ago for unknown reasons. We don't know how they came into contact with each other back then. We don't know how they came into contact with each other back then. We don't know how they came into contact with each other. We don't know who pulled the strings. Lu Xiaoyi was very displeased. You don't know anything, so what are you talking about? Even after listening to it, it's still a muddle-headed matter. Gu Gang widened his eyes. Are you going to listen or not? Lu Xiaoyi muttered, just listen, it's better than not knowing anything. I hate strange missions the most. Ignoring his complaints, Gu Gang continued, Peacock Palace is located at the intersection of Secret Waters and Wolf Ridge. It's surrounded by mountains, Secret Waters is wide, and it's shrouded in clouds all year round. It's a rare place in the fifth ring where humans rarely go. As for why they can survive in the fifth ring, let's not talk about the powerful background behind Peacock Palace. Let's just say that the peacock race has an extraordinary divine ability that can help the fifth ring travel through the universe. With this ability, do you think the peacock race has the right to survive in the fifth ring mountain range? Lu Xiaoyi nodded. He had been in the fifth ring mountain range for 50 years, so he had a rough understanding of the uniqueness of this vast star field. Unlike most normal celestial bodies that moved in fixed orbits, the fifth ring mountain range's orbit in the universe was more like a comet that never stopped. Nothing could restrain its existence, it was free and unrestrained, forever without rest. If it was a real comet, of course, it wouldn't matter. It would fly to wherever it hit, but this was obviously not the case for a celestial body inhabited by humans. Any collision would cause a devastating blow to the fifth ring mountain range, just like how it was destroyed during the dinosaur era in his previous life. This required control. Controlling the fifth ring mountain range's flight, speed, direction, and posture. It also needed to deal with any celestial bodies that couldn't be avoided along the way. The universe was vast, so the chances of a collision weren't high. But once in a while, it could be fatal. Moreover, the collision of small and medium-sized celestial bodies could also cause disasters in local areas. To the fifth ring mountain range, this was the foundation of the foundation. Controlling the fifth ring mountain range wasn't easy. Changing the trajectory for 100 years might only deviate by a tiny bit, so it required a mysterious power. The peacock race was a race that possessed such a mysterious power. It was easy to imagine their status among the major powers of the fifth ring mountain range. Peacock Palace didn't often appear among the low-level cultivators. This was because Foundation establishment Jindan cultivators couldn't roam the void. The disciples of Peacock Palace also never participated in the intrigue between the major powers of the fifth ring mountain range. They also didn't participate in the inexplicable ranking of the fifth ring mountain range. Why are they called quasi-sacred beasts? Are there more true sacred beasts after them? Lu Xiaoyi usually didn't care much about these things. But now that things had come to a head, he had to find out more. Gu Gang glanced at this ignorant disciple and couldn't do anything about it. There are many types of sacred beasts. They are rare because of their commonality. In the case of peacocks, the sacred beast closest to them by blood is the phoenix. That's the king of sacred beasts. Therefore, the peacock race also has a powerful background. Lu Xiaoyi was very curious. Why does the peacock race have to settle down in the fifth ring mountain range? Is it unintentional or intentional? Or is there a purpose? Was it just to protect the human race? Peacocks aren't that selfless, right? Humans don't seem to be worth it. Gu Gang interrupted him. You can ask this question after you become a half-immortal. What I want to tell you now is that the peacock race needs the cooperation of human cultivators to deal with the celestial bodies in the universe. This is a very complicated divine ability. It can use the origin power of the peacock race to greatly change the trajectory of the celestial bodies. However, they can't do it alone. In other words, when they encounter a relatively large celestial body, humans also have to contribute. The contribution of humans is divided into several levels. It doesn't mean that the matters of the universe can only be left to the Yuanying Supremes to solve. Instead, cultivators of each level have to participate, including us Foundation Establishment and Jin Dan. Simply speaking, the peacock race's divine ability uses several levels of mysterious power to jointly affect the movement of the celestial bodies. Foundation establishment is also an important and indispensable part of it. This requires the peacock race and human Foundation establishment to reach a certain level of tacit cooperation. There are millions of human Foundation establishment cultivators. It's impossible to communicate with every Foundation establishment cultivator. Therefore, every 50 years, the leaders of the big sects in the Fifth Ring mountain range would gather together to familiarize themselves with this cooperation. Then, they would pass it on to their fellow sect members. The purpose is that in case a celestial body collides, everyone knows what they should do and how to do it. It's not to the extent of losing their minds and panicking. For tens of thousands of years, this has already become a rule that everyone must abide by. For the sake of the Fifth Ring mountain range's mother planet, last time, it was Glorious Light who led people to the Peacock Palace. This time, it was originally Bright Light who was going, but since you jumped out, who else would go if not you? Chapter 409. Lu Xiaoyi somewhat understood. This was indeed a big deal for a Fifth Ring disciple. It was always better to be prepared in advance than to sharpen one's spear at the last minute. He could not decline this kind of thing. However, Martial Uncle, is this the mission you gave me? Or the Soaring Heaven Pavilion? Thunderbolt Palace? You guys. Ji Gang chuckled. You guessed right. Whether it's the Thunderbolt Palace, the Soaring Heaven Pavilion, or the palaces under the Thousand Virtues Peak, they're all looking for you for the same thing. It's to lead a team to the Peacock Palace to carry out this time's rehearsal with the Peacock clan's divine ability. You don't need to go to the other palaces, but you must go to the Soaring Heaven Pavilion and the Thunderbolt Palace because you need to find a team for yourself. There are a total of 9 people. Other than you still need to find 8 more. Lu Xiaoyi was a little annoyed. He hated leading a team the most. He could not even manage himself. How could he manage others? At that time, a group of internal swords and external swords would be a problem for him. Can't I go by myself? I'll be free. Ji Gang laughed. Of course you can. If you're willing to come back and teach 1,000 internal swords and 20,000 external swords, I won't object to you going alone. Lu Xiaoyi immediately changed his words. Compared to leading a team, he hated being a teacher more. Martial Uncle, then can I bring more people? It'll save me a lot of trouble if I bring 100. Looking at this disciple whose only goal was to slack off, Ji Gang no longer had the energy to be angry. Just 9. You're bringing a group of people, are you going to fight? I'm warning you, Lu Xiaoyi, your position now is different from before. You have to think of the sect in everything, and not think of how to hide and be idle all day long. Lu Xiaoyi's words went in one ear and out the other. Martial Uncle, you've been in the Dome Peak for a long time, so I think you're very familiar with this kind of activity. I just want to ask, since all the Fifth Ring Foundation establishment eldest senior brother will be leading the team, then, will there be a fight? What are the rules? Or just kill them? Ji Gang let out a sigh. He was really restless, but since he had found him, he had to do his best. There may be disputes, but it's rare for them to take action. The Peacock Palace is located at the intersection of the 3 regions. It's a place where the 3 regions don't care. When you go there, the most important thing is to listen to the arrangements of the Peacock clan. Don't be a big sect and do whatever you want. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. He could be a coward if he went alone, but it would be different if he went with others. He couldn't lose face for Shen Yuan. When the time came, all the elites of the large and medium forces in the Fifth Ring would be there. Who would be weak? Do you have any good suggestions? Ji Gang pointed out, apart from you, the ratio of inner and outer swords must be matched well. In the past, there should be about 3 or 4 inner swords among the 9 people. After all, they are not going out to fight, so there is no point in them going out too much. Also, go and cram in Xuanyuan's connections in the fifth ring. Who are your opponents, who are your friends, who are your allies, who are your neutral? You must be clear in your heart. Don't let others see you as a joke. The Peacock Palace has many Shenyuan cultivators. They are all heavenly beauties, as beautiful as flowers, and have a unique temperament. You must control your little brother well. Don't embarrass Shenyuan there. In the Peacock Palace, you must put the master first. If you follow the rules, they will naturally help you settle some troubles. Although I, a swordsman, am never afraid of trouble, you must not be reckless in that place. The Peacock clan is outstanding in their abilities, but they are a peace-loving race. They don't like to fight, so you must grasp this well. Lu Xiaoyi left the Ascension Hall and went to the Soaring Heaven Pavilion and the Thunder Pavilion. Other than listening to the teachings of his martial uncles, these two places also had a list of candidates to participate in the Peacock Palace gathering this time. Ordinary cultivators could not go, because this required strength as a guarantee. Whether it was to comprehend on the spot, deal with possible conflicts, or spread the knowledge later on, it all required strength. Lu Xiaoyi's solution was very simple. He left the choice of outer swords to his second senior brother and the others, while the inner swords were passed on to Light. He wanted to see if he had any recommendations. Although he did not fear these inner swords in battle, he had to be respectful when handling matters. This would not only reduce trouble, but also show his magnanimity. He did not have anyone to guide him. Oh, that's not right. He had to ask his two friends. An activity that he found boring might be very interesting to others. Out of his expectations, Yang Bo very quickly expressed his willingness to go. That's right, the Peacock Palace was a place that could not be easily set foot in the five-ring continent. Cultivators paid attention to experience and knowledge. The more they went, the more they saw, and the more they experienced. This kind of opportunity only came once in 100 years, and was not often. Actually, there were still many people who were willing to go, such as Lu Xiaoyi's group of friends from his hometown. However, their strength was too low, and they were not up to the task. He also did not want to give others the impression that he was favoritism and did not care about the big picture. There were too many people who were just there to make up the numbers, and in the end, the one who had to clean up the mess was still him. To a lazy person, this was fundamental. In the end, he still explained. Fortunately, this group of people knew their own situation, and did not pester him endlessly. Senior sister Yang Bo found him. Little Yi, come with me to a previous gathering. Lu Xiaoyi was very helpless. Senior sister, are you going to the Peacock Palace or not? In any case, can't you at least give me a definite answer? As for this gathering of yours, can I not go? You know that I hate dealing with people the most. Some boring people say some hypocritical things. Lu Xiaoyi had a very easygoing temperament. When he had just ascended to a high position, he was not willing to hear people call him Big Brother. On the contrary, he liked people to call him by his name, which was also a bad temper. However, who would call him by his real name if they were not really familiar with him? Yang Bo insisted. Of course I'm going. I came here personally to tell you in person, to show more respect. Lu Xiaoyi was very doubtful. I don't see it. Senior sister, you came here personally, most likely to drag me to that gathering. Senior sister, there are dozens of gatherings like this in the dome roof every day. I'm getting so many invitations that I'm panicking. Which one do I want to go to? You can't be biased, right? Yang Bo patiently guided him. Little Yi, you don't have to worry. My invitation is not for the people in the dome roof to form a clique. It's an invitation from the outside, a wedding. When you go there, no one will recognize you. You can just eat and drink casually. It can be considered as a relaxation after 20 years of seclusion. A string cannot be stretched taut all the time. Being loose and tight is the right thing to do. Anyway, there are still a few months before the Peacock Palace appointment. There is still time. It's also a good opportunity to avoid the troubles in the dome roof. How is it? Senior sister treats you well, right? Lu Xiaoyi was skeptical. Why don't I dare to believe you? Senior sister, If you don't dig a hole for me, I'm really not used to it. Yang Bo shouted, "Are you going or not?" Lu Xiaoyi fell for this trick. Ever since he saw this senior sister in the Rising Heaven Pavilion, he had an indescribable feeling of intimacy. It was not the feeling between a man and a woman, but a very hazy feeling. It was a kind of trust, like a child wanting to hold the hand of his older sister. I probably had a sister who loved me in my previous life. Lu Xiaoyi excused himself like this. Chapter 410. Smoky Puppet was right about one thing. There was still more than half a year before the trip to Peacock Palace. Their group would be sent there by Marshal Uncle Jin Dan, so there was still plenty of time. He didn't want to stay here and be everyone's target, even if it was just flattery. After reporting to Jiyu Gang, the two of them left the dome. On the way, Lu Xiaoyi was still chattering. "Senior sister, can't you tell me the truth? Is it really a drinking party? Or is it that you used me as a shield? If you don't tell me clearly, don't blame me for eating and not doing anything." Smoky Puppet glared at him. "It's a wedding, not a drinking party." After a pause, she explained, "I have a sister, the very good kind. We both came from the Azure Sky Great World and came to the fifth ring together to pursue our dreams. I'm in Shenyuan, and she's in the Surging Waves Pavilion. You might not be familiar with it, but in Azure Sky, Shenyuan and Surging Waves are the two great sects of the same continent. However, Surging Waves is weaker, and they put most of their energy in their hometown, Azure Sky. Here, they're just a very average mid-sized sect. As for my sister, describing her as an outstanding beauty might be a bit of an understatement. In short, she's the kind that you men can't take your eyes off. A few years ago, I invited her to a gathering of Foundation Establishment disciples in Shenyuan. There were friends from various friendly sects in the western regions." Lu Xiaoyi shouted, "Wait, this is the key. Why didn't you call me for such a thing? Keep the goodies within the family. A fresh flower should be planted in a pile of cow dung instead of being wasted outside." Smoky Puppet glared at him. "She's a good girl." Lu Xiaoyi was unconvinced. "Am I not a good man? Senior sister, to think that I treated you so well. The outstanding swordsman from Weijian Mountain thought of you, but you." Smoky Puppet said firmly, "I only love the sword in my life, and don't think about anything else. Don't try to change the topic, listen to me. Who would have thought that I would bring my sister here to broaden her horizons out of kindness? Who would have thought that she would shine at the gathering and attract countless admirers?" Lu Xiaoyi laughed. "They have no taste. Instead of pursuing a great beauty like you, senior martial sister, they gave up what was close at hand for what was far away. They are all fools." Although Yang Cheng was very annoyed by his rascal behavior, the compliment in his words was enough to make any woman feel happy. She had not yet reached the state where her heart was as still as an ancient well, where she could not be happy or sad. After all, Zhuji was just the beginning of cultivation. He sighed, "I can't do it. Just by looking at me, she knows that I'm not a good candidate for a Dao companion. My sister is different. She's gentle, considerate, good at understanding others, and has a good personality. Her cultivation technique is also soft and gentle. She's a good companion that many people dream of." Thus, everyone flocked to her. Her sect wasn't based in Shenyuan, so there were a lot of troubles that Shenyuan didn't have. Unfortunately, she was someone who valued relationships more than cultivation. She looked down on so many handsome young men from the large sects, but she had her eyes set on a young man from a small sect. This time, her wedding was held according to the customs of the mortal world. I know what she meant. She wanted to grow old together like mortals. This silly woman, how could she do that in the cultivation world? I knew her purpose of inviting me. She wanted me to help her block some unnecessary troubles, accidents, and those disappointed people who thought they were outstanding. I shouldn't have invited her to attend that event. Since it's my responsibility, of course I won't shirk my duty. And then she found me, a big shield, to come. Lu Xiaoyi also sighed. He knew that things weren't that simple. Senior martial sister, This kind of mundane plot also exists in the cultivation world. Isn't it meaningless? Could it really cause bloodshed on a joyous occasion? We're all cultivators with Tao foundations. Can't we have this much tolerance? Are you guys worrying too much? Yang Chen smiled bitterly. Of course, most people won't do that, especially the swordsman from Shenyuan. If he did that, he would be punished by the commandment hall. But at that time, Shenyuan wasn't the only sect in the event. There were many other sects, big and small. It was inevitable that there were good and bad people among them. My sister is soft-hearted and not used to rejecting others, so there were some misunderstandings among them. In short, it's very complicated, so complicated that I can't fully explain it. If you can't explain it clearly, how dare you come here to be a protector? Lu Xiaoyi's senior martial sister's low EQ was really outrageous. In this world, emotional changes were the most difficult to define. Lu Xiaoyi's philosophy was to stay out of other people's affairs if possible. But now he was forced to do so, so he was helpless. Her sister's personality complemented hers. From the perspective of a friend, it was easy to understand. But from the perspective of a man, it was different. Being tender like water could also be a trap. Not being able to bear to refuse, or having a foot in two boats. This was Lu Xiaoyi's view. So he liked to get along with his senior martial sister. It was simple and direct. They were friends. Occasionally, they could say a few flirtatious words to each other. It was not to the extent that they would misunderstand each other. They could get along well with each other. By the same principle, he and Hanyang were straightforward. Life was short, and they should enjoy it while they could. How could they have the time to talk about love and be picky? This was fate. If they didn't understand it, they would never understand it. In fact, this was their attitude towards cultivation. If they wanted something, they would boldly pursue it. So, although he had never met his senior martial sister's best friend, he was disgusted by her from a few words. She was not as good as the scheming Qin Erong or the narcissistic Gong Xiaodai. At least, they were eccentric and had a purpose. Yang Chang comforted him. After all, one of her purposes was to let him come out to relax. The Surging Waves Pavilion was in the western regions, within Xuanyuan's sphere of influence. It was not too far away. With this guy's current strength, no one could do anything to him. A trip that could be easy, but could also be difficult. How difficult could it be? Don't worry. My sister is getting married. There are many people who feel uncomfortable in their hearts, but there are very few who will really put their discomfort into action. Among these few people, there are only a few who will embarrass the groom at the scene. There is also a very small possibility that they will really make a move. So, in fact, you eating and drinking until the end is the most likely situation. I hope so. Lu Xiaoyi did not think so, but he could not say where this feeling came from. The two stumbled along the way, chatting and laughing. After a month, they arrived at a large city, Immortal Gazing City. This was the territory of the Spirit Gourd Cave, close to the sphere of influence of the Surging Waves Pavilion. These two sects were relatively peaceful forces among the Fifth Ring Law lineage. It could not be said that they stood aloof from worldly affairs, but their methods were much gentler. The wedding scene was not in the city, but in a large luxurious manor outside the city. It seemed that the husband's family was also a large family in the mortal world. They attached great importance to the marriage of cultivators in their family. Perhaps it was also a show for the surrounding forces. This was a method of survival for mortal families. The fragrance of wine also needed to be advertised. Chapter 4:11. Yang Cheng lowered her body and was about to descend, but Lu Xiaoyi reached out to stop her. Senior sister, does your best friend know that we are friends? Well, let's put it this way, does he know who I am? Yang Cheng said disdainfully, am I such a shallow person? Not to mention the people outside the sect, even in the dome, I have never taken the initiative to mention you in front of others. You are not Yang Cheng. In this wedding, unless you take the initiative to reveal yourself, I will not introduce you. Are you satisfied? Lu Xiaoyi gave her a thumbs up, Senior sister is so powerful. Yang Cheng continued to descend, and Lu Xiaoyi chased after her and shouted, Senior sister, you have to tell me the name of the bride, right? Are we going to go empty-handed? We have to bring a box of snacks, right? Do you want to give her a red packet? How much? Yang Cheng snorted, we have been away for a month, and you only ask a few words before we get married. The bride's name is Shui Yilan. You don't need to go up and get familiar with her. She is now someone's wife. I have already prepared a gift, so you don't need to worry about it. Don't make Shenyuan lose face. I will give you a red packet in your name. I am afraid that if you seal it yourself, it will be shameful to take it out. Lu Xiaoyi beamed with joy behind her. You are so different from senior sister. You are so generous. As they descended, Yang Cheng said with hatred, you are not a good person. You are the same as Yang Bo. You only know how to ask the bride's name, but you don't want to know the groom's name. This was a wedding venue where cultivators and mortals mixed together. There were more than 1,000 people, and it was noisy as people came and went. Fortunately, the men knew to separate the mortals and cultivators and arrange them in different places. Of course, the cultivators would be arranged in the most honorable place. This was the value guide of the cultivation world. Generally speaking, there was still order. Not to mention the cultivators, who valued their own status, it was impossible for them to engage in such vulgar acts of marriage. Even the mortals were also well-known figures in the immortal city. How could they be vulgar? Yang Cheng went to the inner residence to see her best friend, leaving Lu Xiaoyi to sit alone in the shed hall to drink tea. He secretly observed and found that among the 200 or so cultivators, more than half of them were cultivators who ate qi. Listening to their whispers, most of them were the younger generation of the man's family, as well as the children of the big families in the immortal-looking city. Taking this opportunity to come here, maybe he could meet the favor of some upper-level cultivator. At the very least, it was good to gain some knowledge. There were also quite a number of foundation establishment cultivators. Most of them were from the same sect. There were also some foundation establishment itinerant cultivators and visitors from Wang Immortal City. He didn't know much about the Five-Ring Foundation establishment circle, so he didn't have much of an impression of them. Relatively speaking, a swordsman like him was very eye-catching among the guests, because the sword case was abruptly carried on his back. For Lu Xiaoyi, the biggest disadvantage of the sword case was that he couldn't slump on the chair, so it was a little stiff. The good news was that except for him and Yang Cheng, no other swordsman came. Even those who secretly admired Shui Yilan in the grand ceremony had a sense of pride. If you didn't choose me, then it must be your loss. What else could they say? They wouldn't come to congratulate him to prove their generosity, nor would they directly target him. They were more willing to leave everything to time. Lu Xiaoyi leisurely looked at the orderly process of the ceremony not far away. In fact, he liked it. It was very popular. It was different from cultivating alone. It was also a life. This kind of change in the state of mind would run through a cultivator's life. Who could tell what was the real Tao? It was probably a reasonable balance. Lu Xiaoyi was enjoying life here. Not far from him, a few cultivators were talking about him. They suppressed their divine senses to a very small range. Obviously, they had some misgivings. Swordsmen are all meddlesome. Will there be any trouble? A cultivator said worriedly. There are 2 swordsmen and a Kuan cultivator who entered the inner residence. Another cultivator reminded him. They looked at the spell cultivator who was the leader. He didn't look worried at all. Instead, he was relaxed. It's expected. What's there to worry about? That Kuan cultivator won't make a move. Someone else will take care of it. As for this swordsman from Weijian Mountain, this is the western region, the territory of the Spirit Gourd Cave. Even a swordsman from Shenyuan wouldn't be too presumptuous, let alone a swordsman who came from afar. Do you really think that a swordsman can travel the world without fear? That depends on the person. How do you know that this person is from Weijian Mountain and not Shenyuan, senior brother Cao? One of the cultivators asked. This was very important. No matter what, Xuanyuan's influence in the western region was real. Even in the territory of the Spirit Gourd Cave, other people had to consider Xuanyuan's influence more or less. However, if it was a swordsman from Erhai, it didn't matter. Although Weijian Mountain was very strong, it was very difficult for them to resist the 3 pure ones in Erhai. They couldn't act presumptuously in the western region. Senior brother Cao was surprised. I've already told you that when you travel the continent, you have to be clear-eyed and clear-minded to be able to accurately judge your opponent. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Xuanyuan's sword box and Weijian Mountain's sword box are different. They each have their own secret. As for what secrets there were, he didn't say. It probably involved some secret aspects. Just based on his insight, he was indeed better than others. However, if he considered luck, his judgment wasn't as good as those narrow-minded people. This was a case of being too smart for one's own cleverness. Let's continue with the plan. As for the swordsman from Weijian Mountain, let's leave him to senior brother Xu Liu. He's from Jialan Temple and is a strong cultivator in the cultivation of Dharma. It won't be a problem for him to hold this swordsman back. In fact, if we move quickly, it'll only take a moment. He may not be able to react. Everything is just for the sake of safety after the event. The wedding process was very fast. Because they had to consider the identity of the cultivators as guests, they couldn't do it for a few days like mortals. Time was precious for cultivators, who would play with you. It was just a moment of novelty. The newlyweds finally walked out. Because they were all cultivators, there was no need to cover their faces. They walked side by side in Defy. Xue Yilan was the bride, senior sister's best friend. She was graceful, gentle like a pretty girl from a humble family. Her face was exquisite like a figure in a painting. Her walking posture was seductive and she was a real stunner. So many different qualities were ingeniously concentrated on her, causing people to have wild and fanciful thoughts. Even Lu Xiaoyi didn't care, but people with their own unique interests couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. There were also differences in beauty. Yang Chang was also very beautiful, but her swordsman temperament made people focus on her sharpness, not her beauty. Xue Yilan's beauty was completely in the category of women. She made people want to protect and love her at first glance. She was a natural cauldron. She was the dream partner of all cultivators for dual cultivation, but she wasn't Lu Xiaoyi's main target. His focus was on the bridegroom. This was a cultivator who seemed to be taciturn. His cultivation was in the foundation establishment stage, and his realm was average. His temperament was average, and he was as handsome as jade. He had nothing to do with him. But it was this kind of person who was lucky enough to marry the goddess in the eyes of many young cultivators. Was this what it meant to complement each other? But what surprised Lu Xiaoyi was that the bridegroom didn't hide it. Or rather, he still couldn't hide it from the cloud of luck. This was the third cultivator he met who was hit by luck after coming to the 5th ring. Chapter 412. Before Lu Xiaoyi came to the 5th ring, he had seen a cultivator of fate, Chao Wendao. After coming to the 5th ring, the chances had increased dramatically. Senior brother Inner Sword, spear point subduing spell cultivators of unknown origins. This might have something to do with the strength of a domain. Those fragments of fate would naturally drift towards regions where cultivators flourished. This was the third one in the 5th ring. More importantly, it might not be the last. After all, his contact area was still a little too narrow. Fortunately, the sword spirits helped him hide in his sea of consciousness, allowing him to see others clearly without worrying about himself. He never thought that his future depended on constantly devouring fate. The reason was very simple. When he first saw the fragments of fate, they numbered in the tens of thousands. Could it be that if he wanted to achieve something on the path of cultivation, he had to kill all these people with fragments of fate? This was not in line with his philosophy. He felt that they could coexist and not devour each other. However, the specific outcome did not depend on him alone. It also depended on the other person's choice. Therefore, he did not feel that he should find an opportunity to kill this person and then take away his luck after discovering this person. He would be more interested in stealing his wife. He was just feeling a little sentimental. Fate was fate, and it could always provide extra help. Not only in terms of cultivation, but even in terms of luck with women, it was especially sharp. Fate was so mysterious, but also so reasonable. If two equally outstanding people got together, according to his experience, the result would not be too good. However, if one was outstanding and the other was ordinary, it would be more in line with the heavenly Tao. In terms of Tao companions or marriage, it was like a hero marrying an ugly wife and a good woman marrying an evil man. According to the people around him, the groom came from a very ordinary small sect, the Ghost Sparrow sect. It was a side sect outside of the mainstream forces of the Fifth Ring. However, this person was not ordinary. He was a typical elite of a small sect. He was also a figure on the Fifth Ring Foundation establishment rankings, although his ranking was not high. The couple began to toast the guests and received countless blessings. Smoke was in the inner residence to accompany the women, so Lu Xiaoyi could only mix in with the guests and give false blessings. The good cabbage had been eaten by the pig. However, was a cabbage that had been eaten more juicy? A discordant voice still appeared. One of the guests at the table took out a jar of immortal wine that he had brought with him, and cast a sidelong glance at the two newcomers. I just can't get used to this wine. It's like water. I have a jar of Qingming immortal wine here for those who are disappointed. After the virtuous couple has drunk this wine, the past will be written off. If you don't want to drink, we won't make things difficult for you. You may leave. The surrounding people were all cultivators, so there was nothing wrong with these words. But at this time, there was an indescribable meaning to them. Shui Yilan understood that this was directed at her because the guests at this table were all talents from various sects who had admired her before. You could offend one of them but not all of them. The meaning of this group of people was obvious. After drinking, the past would become a thing of the past. Although it was mainly their wishful thinking, it was also because of her own personality problems. She was hesitant and difficult to make decisions, which led to this kind of trouble. Although she had already explained these things to her husband before the marriage, it was still her fault. How could she stay out of it? If it was another occasion, she would have directly refused. Who would force them to drink? But today was different. It was their wedding day. How could they refuse a toast from others? If they really didn't give them face, they would be the ones who were disrespectful. In this kind of situation, no one else could replace them. Only they, husband and wife, could drink for them. Qingming immortal wine was not an ordinary wine. Even in the cultivation world, it was a famous top-grade wine, known for its tyranny. Among foundation establishment cultivators, everyone could drink 1,000 cups of ordinary wine and not get drunk. However, this kind of immortal wine that only nascent soul cultivators could enjoy was not something they could resist. They would really make a fool of themselves if they drank it. But this could not be said that these guys were completely malicious, because this wine was a very famous wine in the cultivation world that replenished spiritual vigor. This jar was very precious, so you could not clearly say that they had ulterior motives. The power of the wine and the power of spiritual vigor made most foundation establishment cultivators unable to resist it. She knew that her husband usually did not touch a single drop of wine. He was one of the very few people who were allergic to wine. This toast was actually a substitute for tea. In the cultivation world, each cultivator had their own hobbies and taboos. Not everyone was free of taboos, regardless of whether they were familiar or not. This kind of reaction could only be completely changed after reaching yuanying. Therefore, there were people who were allergic to wine, people who were sensitive to pollen, and of course, there were also people who were dizzy with blood. It was very rare, but it did exist. Especially her husband's cultivation method. From the name of the sect, it could be seen that the Ghost Sparrow sect was a Daoist sect that specialized in the cultivation of the mind. The more unorthodox it was, the more stubborn it was, and the more obsessed it was with cleanliness. She had a weak personality, but when it came to her love, she did not hesitate to be straightforward. She knew that no one could avoid today's matter, so she might as well take it all on herself. She was not addicted to wine, but it did not mean that she could not drink. Women were strange creatures. Under their weak appearance, they often had very strong skills. At this time, the best solution was to have a tyrannical cultivator come out and disrupt this farce. The swordsman was the best candidate. Unfortunately, her good sister had been invited by her to accompany the guests in the backyard. As for the other one, Lu Xiaoyi was watching the show. He did not have the slightest intention of disrupting the situation. In his original world, although marital disturbances were disgusting, he had the potential to cause marital disturbances. To be able to get drunk by 2 steps with such a beauty, TSK, it was not in vain for him to come from afar. Women were unexpectedly brave in front of the people they were willing to protect. How do we drink? He took 3 wine cups and filled them to the brim. A jar of wine was about to be emptied. This was Qingming immortal wine, not the common wine of the mortal world. 1 cup per person. On behalf of everyone here, I wish the 2 of you happiness. Obviously, this was the person who could drink the most among the crowd. He was pushed out by these disappointed people to cause trouble. He wanted to get drunk and make a fool of the 2 of them. Shui Yilan looked weak, but she was very determined. She took the first cup and drank it in 1 gulp. Her husband wanted to refuse. He had never touched a drop of wine in his life. How could he be willing to break his vow in this kind of battle? However, he was always dull and clumsy with words. He did not expect his wife to drink a cup first. No matter how sex-obsessed he was, how could he back down in front of his woman? He did not care. He took the wine cup and was about to pour it into his mouth. However, he was stopped by a soft hand. Although Shui Yilan's starry eyes were slightly blurry, she was still sober. Her gaze was firm and unquestionable. The groom looked at his wife and looked at the wine cup that had been snatched away. He was moved. Although they hadn't known each other for long, they knew each other very well. He knew that although his Daoist companion was a weak woman, her capacity for alcohol was extremely shocking. Coincidentally, he was at a critical moment in his cultivation. It was not good for him to drink and disturb the sparrow spirits. Therefore, he could only half refuse and half accept. He was thinking about how he could double his care in the future to repay his Taoist companion's love. Chapter 413. P.S. For the sake of Teachers' Day, respect for teachers, start with me. Although the writer is not a teacher, at least she is a substitute teacher in her spare time, right? No benefits, no insurance, what a bitter life. Shui Yilan's actions were quick. She drank another cup and could still support herself to show the other party the bottom of the cup. The cultivator opposite her sighed. It looks like a woman, but it's actually a woman. We reap what we sow, we are not blessed enough to win the heart of the beauty. He frowned and drank it like poison. He was very clear that even if he could hold his liquor well, he would not be sober for a few hours. Fortunately, he was surrounded by friends. A jar of Qingming fairy wine makes 2 people drunk. Lu Xiaoyi didn't see the beauty get drunk and was carried away by the groom. Instead, he saw the provocative cultivator who was drunk and was carried away by his friends. A good wedding banquet was ruined by them. Seeing that most of the cultivators sitting here were unhappy, he didn't have the face to continue to stay, so he left without saying goodbye. Lu Xiaoyi waited for the feast with a clear conscience. Since he gave the red packet, he had to take it back. This was his deep-rooted belief. The problem was that the cigarette stub was still inside. Where could he go? After all, it was not a big deal. Wedding banquets in the mortal world were full of newlyweds who drank too much. It was also a kind of celebration, so the ceremony went on as usual. Delicacies were served one by one. Lu Xiaoyi slowly chewed and swallowed. His fighting strength was not bad. Not long after, a familiar fragrant wind approached and went straight for his head. He did not dodge and was twisted by his ear. Then came the voice of the cigarette stub. "You dead man. You only know how to eat, eat, and eat. Why did I ask you to stay here? Such a big thing happened, and you did not react at all. You still have the nerve to eat here." Lu Xiaoyi did not care. He raised a crystal pig hand. "This is not bad, it's quite tasty. Senior sister, do you want one?" Seeing that the cigarette stub was angry and ignored him, he smiled and pulled her to sit. Senior sister, you are confused because you care too much. This was not something that could be solved with a sword. It is better to solve it this way. There was no future trouble. It was just a hangover. The relationship between husband and wife would be deeper, and the troubles outside would no longer bother them. Was there a more perfect result than this? If I use my sword, the entire wedding process will be ruined, and the celebration will turn into a bloodbath. The most important thing is that we can't guard them for the rest of our lives. We're not their parents-in-law. The problem hasn't been solved yet. In the future, when we roam the pugilistic world, it will be a disaster when we meet them. Smokey snorted a few times. She was also short-tempered, but when she saw her sister drunk like that, her heart ached. In fact, how could she not understand what Lu Xiaoyi was saying? If she had been outside, even if she had weighed the pros and cons, she probably wouldn't have come forward. Lu Xiaoyi continued to eat and drink, while Yang Peng stopped after tasting a little. After a while, she frowned. Xiaoyi, what do you think of my best friend? Lu Xiaoyi didn't even raise his head. That's right. Just by looking at her face, she's a fairy. Just by looking at her body, she's a witch. Just by listening to her voice, she's a mature woman. Why are you asking? Are you trying to introduce her to me? Senior sister is really my sister. You know that I like this kind of. Smokey stepped on his foot under the table. Lu Xiaoyi, can you be more serious? I'm asking you something serious. Don't you feel that Xue Yilan's behavior today is a little strange? She's not like her usual self. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Senior sister, this is the first time I've seen her. How would I know how she's usually like? Strange. Maybe all women are strange. Knowing that she's getting married, she's always a little strange. Senior sister, I feel that you're even stranger than Xue Yilan. Unable to communicate, Smokey was so angry that she wanted to ignore him. When she came to attend the wedding this time, she felt that there was something wrong with her best friend. But it was a vague feeling. There were a lot of strange things, but she just couldn't put her finger on it. First of all, it was strange that she was so eager to find a Dao companion. Thinking back to when the two of them came here from Qing Kong, they both had the ambition to dedicate their lives to cultivation. Why did they change in these few years? This Dao companion of hers was also puzzling her. He was neither outstanding enough nor ordinary enough. If she found someone like Lu Xiaoyi, who was powerful and had endless potential, she wouldn't be surprised. If she found someone ordinary and everything went according to her wishes, it would also be normal. But now, he was neither up nor down. If he had a future, it seemed very bleak. If he was just like everyone else, he could still be a tail on the ranking list of foundation establishment. What was he after? His family background was ordinary. His strength was ordinary. His sect was ordinary. His potential was ordinary. His speech and behavior were ordinary. He was so ordinary that he wouldn't even have a sense of existence in a crowd. The wedding date was also very strange. It was a little too rushed. 4 foundation establishment cultivators, they had a long time to get to know each other. Why was there a need to rush it like a marriage in the mortal world? Asking her to accompany her in-laws was very strange. Impulsive drinking was also very strange. Everything was strange, but this guy in front of her was like a blind man. Well, for someone who played with swords all day, it was difficult for him to figure out a woman's thoughts. He was just a hired thug. She had to do the rest herself. The banquet finally ended. Except for the close relatives, everyone left. Among mortals, there was a need to arrange food and lodging, but for cultivators, there was no need at all. No one was willing to stay here for too long. For a pair of newlyweds, the one with the glib tongue was drunk, and the one with the clear tongue was clumsy. It was too boring. This kind of thing was just a small episode on the path of cultivation. It was good enough to come here. Why should they stay? Lu Xiaoyi and his sister went to the immortal gazing city not far away. It was a very ancient city with rich historical sites and culture. It was worth visiting. However, in less than 2 hours, Lu Xiaoyi found that his senior sister was absent-minded. So he asked with concern, "Senior sister? Are you marrying a friend you like? Are you also anxious?" "No problem. I have countless young heroes here. Tell me, if you want someone beautiful or ugly, tall or short, fat or skinny, black or white, as long as you name your conditions, I guarantee that I will find someone for you. They will be much better than your sister's husband. At least, I won't let you drink on his behalf." Yang Cheng ignored his teasing. "Xiaoyi, I'm still a little worried. I want to go back and see if she's awake. Will there be any other problems? I just feel that everything is strange. If I don't see her awake, I won't be at ease." Lu Xiaoyi could understand. This was not an ordinary friend, but a friend of more than 100 years. They had known each other since the Azure Sky Great World. It was normal for her to be worried that her friend would be taken advantage of, but there was no need for that. Besides, it was a wedding night. Who could say for sure who would be taken advantage of and who would be taken advantage of? A neutral and friendly sphere of influence, a joyous wedding, an ordinary small cultivation sect, a group of cultivators with the highest realm of foundation establishment. Even opponents like the Supreme Three Pure Ones were far away. Such a place was like his own backyard to a Shenyuan swordsman. "In that case, I'll go back with senior sister. You should have said so earlier. It would have saved us the trouble of walking back and forth. But let's make it clear first, you have to treat us to supper." Yang Cheng glanced at him. "I'll go by myself. Do you think it's nice for a man to touch a newlywed like you? I'll go back alone to take a look. I'll come back tomorrow morning. It'll give you some time to stroll around the brothels here. Am I bothering you by standing here?" Yang Cheng turned and left. Lu Xiaoyi was still pretending to be innocent. "What do you mean? Why can't I understand? Say, it's not nice for a man like me to touch a newlywed like you, but it's nice for a woman like you to do it. How ridiculous." Chapter 414. Smokey returned to the manor under the cover of the night. Anyhow, it was a small cultivation family. In such a situation, it was better to set up a magic array around the manor just in case. This was the specialty of normal cultivation sects, and it had a certain restraint on cultivators of foundation establishment. But it did not matter to Smokey. She had already gotten the key from Shui Ilan during the day, and the magic array could not stop her. She walked around the manor, neither deliberately hiding her whereabouts nor showing off. She came to check on her friend's body, not to be a thief. No one doubted her appearance. Cultivators were immortals in the eyes of mortals, and she was also a good friend of the master. No one thought that there was anything wrong with her appearance. The servants in the manor behaved normally, and so did the relatives and friends. Everyone was preparing for the ceremony tomorrow, and there was a sense of relaxation in the busy atmosphere. This made Smokey feel relieved. She asked a few more people, and they all said that the female master had not completely sobered up from the hangover, but she could eat some porridge, and the male master was helping her to sober up. It was an inexplicable worry. Smokey blamed herself. She was already a cultivator of foundation establishment, not a child. Why was she so nervous? A cultivator's intuition sometimes came and went quickly. It was not always accurate, and many times it was inexplicable. It was really a wasted trip. It was better to send a letter the next day. Yang Chen thought, Lu Xiaoyi, this guy, was really lucky. Could it be that he was really looking for pleasure in the immortal city? Should he make a surprise attack and drag him out of the land of warmth and tenderness? She wandered around the manor for some time, and it was very boring. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. If she continued to wander around, the sky would be bright. She was waiting for Shui Ilan to wake up and say a few words to her before leaving, or directly return to the immortal city. She was confused, and finally decided that since she was already here, she should take a look at her friend and show her sincerity. There was another magic array in the bridal chamber, which was set up separately. This was the hobby of cultivators of Dharma. Wherever they went, they would set up magic arrays. This way, they would feel more secure. Anyway, it was not difficult for them. Of course, Such a boring thing as eavesdropping would not happen to cultivators. However, Yang Cheng thought that since Shui Ilan was still hungover, there was no possibility of them having sex. Therefore, it would not be awkward if he peeked at her secretly. She was still too careless. She didn't know that in Taoist cultivation, dual cultivation was actually a very effective treatment, whether it was internal injuries or hangovers. She used some methods to break the restriction outside her good friend's new room. They were very familiar with each other, so familiar that they knew some of the secrets of each other's martial arts. She quietly approached the new room and stopped a few dozen feet away. In the end, he couldn't be like the people of Jianghu, lying on the window and licking the broken window paper to peek inside. He also couldn't use his divine sense to sweep over the two people and startle them. He could only stand here and listen for any movements. She realized that she was very stupid, because at this moment, she might not be able to hear anything. However, her luck was not bad. The two people in the room were obviously not resting. Intermittent sounds came out, making her, who kept her chastity as jade, blush. Husband, be gentle. The power of the immortal wine in your meridians is still there, your sparrow spirit won't be able to handle it. Sister Lan, you blocked the wine for me. If your husband is not willing to take this risk, how can he be worthy of your wholehearted help? I'll be slower, and I can always get rid of the wine. You can't get rid of too much at one time, don't be greedy. I know, Sister Lan. With a wife like this, what more can a husband ask for? You're so beautiful. Yang Kang had never been so embarrassed in her life. The husband and wife were using their martial arts to get rid of the wine, but she was here eavesdropping. The most infuriating thing was that if she went back to find that guy, she might have to go through a similar situation again. She quietly retreated, but many strange sounds involuntarily drilled into her ears. She had no choice but to listen until, Sister Lan, I'm a little dizzy, let me out quickly, I'm stuck. Brother Dong, what should we do, Sister Lan, you? Why did you give me magical power? Brother Dong, your wine has invaded the sparrow spirit, you need to temporarily disperse your martial art. Sister Lan, the sparrow spirit can't completely lose its magical power, it will lose its ability. You have to leave some for me to slowly recover. Brother Dong, instead of trouble in the future, it's better to get rid of it now. Sister Lan, you're not cutting off the wine, you're cutting off my life. Brother Dong, please bear with it. The more Yang Kang listened outside, the more shocked she was. Something obviously went wrong, but she could imagine the current situation in the room. How could she just barge in without caring about anything? Everyone would be embarrassed, and if everyone was safe in the end, how could she face her friends? Two people would turn into a threesome? She was still inexperienced in this aspect. If it were Lu Xiaoyi, he would have already cut out his sword. No matter what happened, he would first solve the possible danger, and at the same time, feast his eyes on it. This was the difference between being pure and being shameless. What made people speechless was that the more you thought about it, the worse it would be at this time. Yang Kang still didn't know what she heard meant. There was something unusual, but it was unclear, which made her in a dilemma. She couldn't leave, but she couldn't stay either. Her embarrassment had delayed the most important opportunity to intervene. Then, she made the choice she thought was the most appropriate at this moment and asked, Ilan, what's going on? Her question was not a help, but a death curse. The sound in the room suddenly became more intense, accompanied by the voices of two people. Xian Yuan. Save me. This was the voice of the groom, Brother Dong. Brother Dong, don't be ridiculous. This is a matter between husband and wife, why involve outsiders? Shui Ilan was still gentle. Yang Kang's figure flashed, and she rushed in. No matter how slow she was in this aspect, the groom's Xian Yuan, save me, had already explained too many things. This was no longer a matter between husband and wife. All her judgments were based on her friend Shui Ilan's words, but now it seemed that she was wrong. She rushed into the room, and the scene was chaotic, but she couldn't care less now, because the groom, Brother Dong, no longer had any signs of life in here. In just a short moment, she stared at her friend, Ilan. What's going on? You have to give me an explanation. Shui Ilan pulled a shawl and lightly covered her body. She stood up from the couch, covered her mouth and chuckled. Sister Kang, I never knew that you have a hobby of listening in on bridal chambers. Yang Kang ignored her teasing and stared at her eyes. Elan, tell me the truth, why did you do this? If it's just hatred, there are countless ways. Just tell me, Xuanyuan's sword was born to solve hatred. But why did you do this? Using this method? This is not what a cultivator should do. Shui Elan's expression was still calm. She patted the groom's forehead with one hand, and an ugly body of a sparrow ghost was shaken out. Sister Kang, come and see. Smokey stepped forward subconsciously. Even now, she still treated the woman in front of her as her best sister. She did not think too much about it. When she got close to the sparrow ghost, she did not expect the sparrow ghost to suddenly explode. The sparrow ghost that had just died still had most of the groom's mana and soul, as well as the extremely dense qi of the Qingming immortal wine. Yang Kang sat down weakly. Her consciousness was still very clear, but she found that she could not control her own body, including the flying sword in the sword case on her back. She was tricked by her best friend. Chapter 4:15. Shui Elan sighed. She walked over slowly and sealed Smoky Puppet's acupuncture points. She placed her on a chair and moved a chair for herself to sit down. Then, she spoke softly. Sister Puppet, why did you come back? I know that you are worried about me, but do you know that you are making things difficult for me? I don't have many true friends in this world. Sister Puppet, you are the friend that I value the most. Why did you come back? Do you know that in the cultivation world, even the best friends, parents and relatives can't share some secrets with each other? Smoky Puppet could not speak. She had calmed down and only looked at her friend quietly. She had realized that her friend was no longer the friend that Qing Kong used to have. What had changed her? Shui Elan's eyes became blurred. I am very tired. I have no one to talk to. Today, I will talk to Sister Puppet. Before I send you away, I will let you know the reason. That will be the end of our 100 years of friendship. There is still time. We are not in a hurry. She pointed at Smoky Puppet and then at herself. Sister Puppet, we are different. Although we come from the same world, there is a fundamental difference between us. Sister Puppet, you can rest easy with a big tree behind you. With Shenyuan, how much trouble has it taken for you? Cultivation can be tough for you, but it can also be comfortable. You have the right to choose. But I don't. The help that the sect provides us is limited. We have to fight for it ourselves, struggle, fight for our lives, and bow down to them. When we travel, we don't dare to carry a sword case like you do. Although we never say it, everyone will pretend to be a Dharma cultivator from a big sect. Because only then can we avoid endless trouble. As a woman, it is even more so. Especially for someone like me, beauty brings me even more malice. I don't have Xuanyuan's prestige to protect me, so my beauty is like a flower on the side of the road. Anyone can pick it. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. But we are cultivators too. We have dignity too. We have dreams too. We also want to live the way we want to live. Except for ourselves, no one can give us these things. But no matter how hard we work, there aren't many chances. This is fate. There are so many top forces in the fifth ring. They are the sky, covering the sky for everyone else. You can only crawl on the ground for the rest of your life. Shui Elan was a little emotional, her chest heaving up and down. I can't tell you this. At least in front of my best friend, I still want to keep my last bit of dignity. However, there was always a way out. The heavens have given me an extraordinary opportunity. Shui Elan chuckled with tears in her eyes. She leaned closer and licked Smokey's earlobe before saying softly, after I came to the fifth ring, I obtained a new ability, which is to seize people's luck. But don't be nervous. There are very few people with providence. Sister Ran, you don't have it. She gracefully stood up and gracefully turned around. Her naked body was not something that could be covered by a thin veil. The beauty of it made Smokey, who was also a woman, unable to help but feel her heart flutter. Feeling very proud, Shui Elan stuck out her chest proudly. I'm different from now on. Not only did he have confidence, but he also had a goal. But you know, my strength is not enough. I don't have a sword, so I can't kill people. When I see other people's luck, what do you think I should do? All I can use is my beauty, my gentleness, and my body. This is also the best gift that the heavens have given me. She pointed at the groom on the couch. This toad wants to eat swan meat. Originally, this is impossible, but who asked him to have luck? So I don't mind that he's a toad. If he wants to eat, then let him eat. There will be a day when he will spit it out. He's too old-fashioned. He's only willing to do anything after he gets married. He also has some strength, especially that sparrow ghost of his. It's unusually fierce. That's why he can be on the list of foundation establishment. I'm no match for him. I have no choice. I also want to get his luck, so I can only get married. You guessed it right. Everything at the wedding was arranged by me. You don't know that when a woman doesn't care about something, there will always be a group of stinky meat surrounding her. I can only use the power of Qingming fairy wine to intoxicate his sparrow ghost during sex. Only then can I have a chance to kill him. Now, Sister Ran, do you understand? But why did you come? Why are you so concerned about me? Do you know that your concern sometimes makes me feel embarrassed? You're always high and mighty, as if you don't eat the food of mortals. In front of you, I'm as dirty as a prostitute in a brothel. Don't blame me. I can't let others know my secret for now. It's not the time yet. So, I can only ask you to go first. Elan will burn incense and paper for you. Don't blame me, Sister Ran. You're really my only friend in this cruel cultivation world. But I have to send my only friend away with my own hands. I'm so sad. Shui Elan's white hands moved slightly and released a little restriction on Yang Rant's body. She was very confident. She knew that there would be no danger in releasing the restriction like this. It only allowed her to speak. But without mana, how long could the sound waves travel? Then, Sister Ran, do you want to say anything? Look at how soft-hearted I am. At this time, I'm still giving you such a chance. Yang Rant's tears dripped down. It was not because she was afraid, nor was it because her life was coming to an end. It was just for the friendship that had passed away. She looked at her good friend and shook her head firmly. You're wrong. Under Xuanyuan's glamorous appearance, the pressure is actually no less than yours. But we won't let ourselves become unscrupulous because of pressure. So, we're strong because of our hearts, and not because of anything else. She sighed and closed her eyes, as if she did not want to be shaken by the upcoming tragedy. She only called out softly, Lu Xiaoyi, Lu Xiaoyi? What did it mean? Was it a person's name? Was it a man or a woman? Or was it that this senior sister, who looked pure and innocent, was actually calling her lover before she died? Outside the room, a murderous intent swept past. It was so fast that it could not be seen, tracked, or stop. By the time Shui Elan realized the danger, it had already swept past her full breasts. She did not have the slightest bit of hesitation to destroy such a beautiful creature. Shui Elan slowly sat down. She wanted to see what had destroyed her life's plan. Then, a figure came in through the window. It was a cheerful young man. She remembered him. He was also a swordsman, and he came with Sister Ran. This was her life. She was still destroyed by the swordsman. Once the swordsman entered the room, he did not look at his senior sister. Instead, he rushed to her side and used his body to block Yang Rant's view. He seemed to be observing the wound on her chest. But in reality, before she died, Shui Elan felt that her powerful fortune-chasing group was forced out and merged into another fortune-chasing group. The cheerful young man in front of her seemed to have turned into a demon in an instant. Her last thought was that she had been betrayed. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.